So I think the feedback's done, and now it should be published online for anybody that's watching.
Okay. Okay, very good. Well, we'll try this again. Welcome, everyone. So we have a new interim director, and Brewer, why don't you take just a minute to introduce yourself? I think this is your first meeting.
Yes.
So if you take a minute.
Yeah. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Josh Whitworth, Executive Director of the State Board of Education, and stepping as interim as you guys approved me at the special meeting last time for the Charter Commission. So pleasure to be working with you and helping through the transition that we're doing. And, I guess if you want me to add any more color detail, but I'm glad to support and make sure that education is successful. That's kind of my mission.
Yeah, well, we appreciate all of your work. It's talk about double duty. This is a way above and beyond. So thank you. Commissioners, you have before you the agenda. If there's no corrections or additions, we'll proceed. I have been informed that once the agenda is published, that we don't have to have a motion to approve it. It's there unless we want to make a change. You have the minutes from our last meeting, December 12th. Is there any corrections or additions to those minutes? Commissioner Henry?
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve the minutes as presented.
All right, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Kohler. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Okay, director's report, please, sir.
Yes, Chairman, members of the committee, again, Josh Whitworth, Executive Director, State Board of Education, and happy to give a quick director's report. As I stepped into this role, given some of the departure of previous employees and trying to get my hands around all the things that we're doing, it's been a flurry of activity over the last couple months, I guess, whatever it's been. It feels like it's been 6 months, but I know it has not been that much. But, you know, coming up to speed, I guess a couple things I'd like to chat with you about, a little bit about staffing, some of the process activities and cleanup that teams are working on, and then kind of roles and responsibilities. It's kind of an ongoing activity as I've stepped in. First and foremost, that the team has been working extremely hard. I will kind of speak to that. A very small group of individuals that have a very large task of activity on them, and a lot of chaos is not easy for them to operate. So I have to give them kudos and appreciation for the efforts that each of them has brought over these last few weeks, and especially preparing for this board meeting. As you guys are aware, we are also losing a great employee in Jean. She has been a phenomenal support over this time, and I'm excited for her future where she's going, but it is hard to lose someone of that great quality in an organization. But I wish her the best, and she will do great wherever she goes. As I've looked at the staffing dynamic, I've also know that there needs to be greater support. And so part of my role as the executive director of the board is we have a support role for the commission. And so I've started to break down silos as much as I can in the greater educational delivery system. And part of that is making sure that we provide greater support. I will say that on the finance and day-to-day operational side, this is an area that we can lean in more. And with the departure of Dean, we are going to kind of take on some more responsibilities with some of my team members in the OSB, the office dynamic, as well as the CTE realm. I have some teams that are stepping in and helping out. And so in the absence of such a great employee as Jean has been, we do have support coming in to help, and I'm actively recruiting financial professionals to add to this group. So just be confident that we will, maybe not in the short run fill the gap, but in the long run have staff available to ensure that the operational activities of that are going on. In addition to that, something I think is good for all of you to know is going forward, the board staff will provide that support in addition to what you have at the commission. So in the absence of a change or different things, whenever you have a small team, they take on multiple hats, and when one person leaves, you don't have that backup. So we are looking to provide backups on a more structural basis than an on a structural basis. So you will see that as some benefit ongoing. I think this team is needed for a long time so that, approvals and other things can go and people can take vacations or whatever might happen in a normal staffing and operational basis. So the board financial teams will be more attuned to that going forward and be able to support you guys as we do that. The program staff has been doing a lot of work coming into this, and I appreciated their activity, also bringing me up to speed. So the programmatic staff, Jared and Jen have been doing a lot of work getting this information prepared for you and also bring me up to speed. So I thank them, and then Joy is doing an excellent job of helping keep us all aligned. Additionally, I'd like to introduce you to Corey Moranis. Other than him being a little accident prone, he has been helping me and leading into to help the team on a more of a day-to-day basis. He is a chief for the career technical education organization, has a lot of experience in process and organizational dynamic. And so as the team has been working through some of the needs for our documentation and better statements of purposes or standard operating procedures, he has been spending some time down with them as well. So again, this is a good example of we act better as a team than we do as individuals. And as many of you have heard me talk ever, I'm big on teams standing up for each other. So I appreciate Corey stepping in and helping the team on more of a day-to-day basis as I'm pulled in multiple directions in my few other jobs that I'm partaking in. So I hope you get some time today to spend with Corey and get to know him as well, because he is a good support member for all of you. Beyond that, just know we're working on continuing to stabilize the staffing, as well as I'll be working with Chairman here on finding the right lead for this organization and this division, and making sure that we can put a leader in that's going to be stable. So very supportive of helping you all get that done. Kind of coming to step 2, process cleanup. As any organization goes, I think this team has come in and has been asked a lot, and as we've changed over administrators multiple times in this arena, some of the processes need to get cleaned up and be a little bit more stable, so that we can set expectations for our charters and make sure that the team knows exactly how to approach that. So the team has been reviewing a lot of our standard operating procedures and making sure that we can maybe help that, and that will come to all of you for visibility as we move forward. Case in point, closure protocols, looking at all the things that we might have, given that we've gone through one recently, making sure that those standards are set so that we have expectations how we might manage things. So the team has done a good job of working through that, and I appreciate how they've problem solved. But for good practice, we need to do a little bit better on that, and I know the team is set to work through those. So they'll continue on that. Third part is kind of role and responsibilities, and just for your awareness, this is also educational for me, but assuring that people understand what their role is in the office and how we can kind of make sure it's streamlined enough. We do have people doing multiple roles in multiple areas and trying to accomplish that. So I have tasked the team to make sure that they have document what they're currently working on and all the activities that they have. And then we're going to do a review to make sure that we're properly distributing the labor and workload across, and especially as we're losing Gene, who's been pulled multiple hats, not just as a finance officer, but also stepping in and doing some of the programmatic stuff just because the workload is so high. I do think this kind of exercise would be good. And if you guys have any input, please let me know. But that is one of the areas we are focused on. Budgetarily, not a lot to worry about, I think, with the Charter Commission's budget. So I think operationally that's going to go fine through this year. I would recommend that this commission leading into the September budgetary time, take a big look at what the needs are of the commission and make sure that the staff's properly built for that. So it'll be something I'll work to provide for you and make recommendations on leading into the next budget cycle. But I think some of the workload and growth that we're probably going to see in charters and should see in charters over the next little bit probably necessitates us looking at, kind of what the needs are in the organization, making sure the budget request reflects that growth and need across there. So just we'll be working through those. And then with that, just know I'm committed to making sure you guys are successful. So any questions you have for me, I'm glad to answer.
Thank you. Any questions, Richard? Please.
Chairman and Director Whitworth. So two things. First of all, I'm not sure, is this Joy's first meeting officially, or can we introduce Joy?
Yes.
That's a good point.
Joy, you want to stand up and introduce yourself on the spot?
My name's Joy Linder, and I'm the administrative assistant in the office.
Sorry.
Thank you.
And just to follow up,
Please.
if you'll just make sure that we're informed on that budgetary timeline, because that is something that I know we all need to be aware of.
Yeah, Chairman and Commissioner, yes, so the submission timelines for the budget start September, right around 1st of September. And so a lot of our budgetary planning needs to come through and be done by that point so that it can begin the process with the governor's budget office and the legislative services office to go through. So that's why I give that as the mark, is us leading into that time frame over the next few months. We should start our budgetary planning for the next cycle and make sure that your needs and strategic direction are understood forward by
Thank you.
Please, Mr. Paul.
Josh, just a quick question then, since we're discussing budgets right now. Has the Department of Education's budget been approved? And if it has, or if it hasn't, was the funding for the assistance team that was contracted last year, is that still in effect?
Chairman and Commissioner, the maintenance budget has passed the Joint Finance and Appropriations Committee. So I'll have to double check if that was part of the maintenance budget, and I could ask Superintendent Critchfield and her team if it was there. If it was an ongoing request from the previous year, it would be in that maintenance budget, and that has gone through. That it has not passed the House or the Senate floors, which is the next step after it passes JFAC, as you guys know. So nothing has actually been fully approved through the legislative process, but most generally, the maintenance budget has probability of getting through. So I can follow up on that if that was a ongoing or not, and report back to you.
Okay. That'd be good. Thank you. Okay. Appreciate that report. I guess, Corey, we just need one more question answered about, since the director brought up the green thing on your arm.
Well, I wish I could tell you that I was doing something very dynamic, like playing racquetball, diving for a shot. But no, I just kind of was in my garage and I took a fall.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it wasn't real dynamic. I thought I had my leg lifted over a box and the next thing I know, I broke the whole rest,
Oh, it's you. Well, good luck.
which is a better story.
Okay, consideration of consent agreements to renew charter without conditions. First, we have Thomas Jefferson. Director, you want to give us some?
Yeah, I can give you a summary. Chairman, members of the committee. So Thomas Jefferson Charter School is up for renewal, and it's for consideration without conditions. In 2020, Thomas Jefferson Charter School was renewed for operations
Please have a seat.
with a 5-year operating contract. The current certificate is termed from July 1, 2020 to June 30th, 2025. The school has met or exceeded all academic, financial, and operational measures in fiscal year 24, as you can see in the report. And throughout its operating contract, the school has met and exceeded all measures, with the exception of 2 measures related to operational. The school is recommended for renewal without condition. Have them give a presentation and answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Please, if you, you can do it from there if you'd like. And just introduce yourself, give us your name and your position to start with, and then please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman and Commission. I am Matt Dorsey. I am the current chair of Thomas Jefferson Charter School and also a founder. So we appreciate the opportunity to come and to present to you guys, and it's been fun over the years doing this. So first, you're going to hear from Jody Endicott, who was originally very first in the school as a counselor and high school, and then you will second hear from Amy Pfaff, who started out teaching in junior high, and then you will, which my hat's off to her. And then you'll hear from Scotty Erickson as our clerk of the board, who replaced an irreplaceable clerk that we had for quite some time. So thank you for the opportunity, and if you have any questions, I would defer them to those three and not to me.
Thank you. My name is Jody Endicott. I've been in education for 28 years. I've been at Thomas Jefferson since the fall of '06, starting as a counselor, and then received my admin degree. So I was away from Thomas Jefferson while I got my admin degree, came back as an administrator, and I've been in an administrative role at the school 11 years now. The school just really means a great deal to me. The kids, the families, the methodology behind the school, the Harbor Method, and it's just a real blessing to be a part of such a tremendous school, and it's an honor to be here with you today. You know, we're looking at moving into our 21st year, and we're just really excited to be here today and thankful for your consideration of our renewal.
Thank you. My name is Amy Pfaff. I originally started with Thomas Jefferson the year that it was open, and started in the portables as a middle school teacher, and was there for 4 years, and then left because I lived in Boise and I wanted to be a little closer to home, and never really left though in my heart and my mind. And so I returned 3 years ago in more of an admin role, and just this past year I'm principal at Thomas Jefferson. And I have to tell you, the reason I returned is because the values and the culture at the school just are an incredible thing to see. The staff and the students just treat each other with utmost respect and kindness, and it was something that I just couldn't wait to be a part of again. So that's the reason I'm back, and thank you for letting us be here.
And I'm Scotty Erickson. I am a former municipal auditor. I worked as a business manager for the largest educational service district in the state of Oregon before my family and I moved back to Idaho.
Down with this.
And then I am thankful for the opportunity to work for the school that shares my values, and where I can indirectly contribute to the education of tomorrow's leaders.
You want to start over? Or?
Yeah, why didn't
Scotty, we didn't have the volume turned up. Would you mind starting over? We got the last 2 sentences.
Well, I get a redo. That's good. Okay, so I'm Scotty Erickson. I was a former municipal auditor. So I got into schools, and I worked as a business manager for the largest educational service district in the state of Oregon before my family and I moved back to the state of Idaho, where I grew up. I am thankful to work for a school that shares my values and where I can indirectly contribute to the education of tomorrow's civic leaders.
Anything else?
You have a PowerPoint that we'd like to share, if that's okay. Thomas Jefferson Charter School began in 2004. So we're in our 21st year at Thomas Jefferson. So by the numbers, we have 348 students as of yesterday, 43 total staff members, 24 certificated staff. 11 of those staff hold master's degrees or higher. 4 of us hold administrative degrees. Amy Pfaff and I both hold EDS degrees in administration. This year we have 29 graduates, and 7 of those children have been at Thomas Jefferson since kindergarten, and 4 of our graduates are foreign exchange students.
We have earned the U.S. News Top 10 Schools in Idaho award for multiple years, and just last year we earned the Distinguished Schools Award, so we're very proud of that.
Video, and we think it's not going to play. So moving on. the video is just a typical day at Thomas Jefferson that shows interaction in the classrooms and the Harbor Method in action.
So our goal is to provide a safe harbor for students and to really help students learn how to be a contributing member of society, whatever role that would be.
We are K-12 under one roof, so it provides the opportunity for our high school students to walk down the hall and work with elementary students. So that's an example there of high school students working with a third grade student.
Julie Yamamoto was our first principal, and she always said we strive to keep the main thing the main thing. And we've really tried to do that. And so we've got a bullet list of things that we'd like to share with you.
Parent involvement is very important for us at Thomas Jefferson. Our parents provide academic support in the classroom with their children and other children. They work in classroom centers. Each day we have Ag Day, Agriculture Day at our school. It's coming up in 2 weeks. The pictures that you see you are seeing goats at school and a tractor and chickens, and we have a cattle truck and bees and all kinds of things come for Ag Day. We have STEM night at our school, Field Day, which is kind of track and field events. Our parents also chaperone our school activities, help with our robotics. They come and speak in our college and career prep class. They judge our senior project and innovation presentations along with members of the community and our staff. And then our parents help with behavior support in the classrooms with their children.
We've made a few changes in the past 2 years. One is that we've implemented professional learning communities and really tried to build more development for our teachers. And that includes them working together. We're pretty much singleton, so we have one teacher per grade. And so we've tried to work on how can we have them work together so that they create more curriculum alignment from K to 12. And then how can we build supports among our ELA teachers and our math teachers specifically and our science teachers. And we've worked through roundtable discussions where our teachers present lessons to each other and teach each other new strategies, which has been extremely helpful for our staff. We've also beefed up our intervention program and really started looking at data with intention and trying to figure out where do we need to realign our curriculum? Do we have gaps? Do we have overlaps? Do we need new curriculum? And so that has led us into a new math curriculum that we are using currently. We just got it and we're starting to try to track it to see if it is something that will work well for us for the future.
Additional opportunities and expectations at Thomas Jefferson are innovations, family teamwork. Each year we require of our high school students 30 hours of family teamwork, 30 hours of community service. Our students complete 30 hours of internship each year. The pictures you see are examples of our innovation presentations. Every sophomore and junior at our school has an innovation presentation each year. That's a opportunity for them to learn a new skill of their choice. The bottom picture is our resource officers judging a presentation. The student was interested in a death of a student in the United States that was actually a result of abuse within her home. So our student was interested in researching that occurrence, and we had our resource officers come in and judge that presentation. The one up at the top on the right is a student that is her bull elk on the table there. She harvested the bull elk. She did the complete European mount on her own, and then the little plate that you see there is the jerky that she made and served to our judges during innovation night.
We realized that we had a lot of students coming to our school that maybe weren't prepared for the grade level that they thought they belonged in, and we were trying to figure out a way to address that. So what we've done is we've created some pre-assessments for potential new students so that they come in and they take a pre-assessment so that they can get a good picture of where they are in relation to where we are in our grade levels and curriculum. And often that is that has led to parents deciding to put their child in maybe a different grade level or in the lottery for a different grade level that would be better suited for their educational needs. And it's really been helpful as a good communication piece between us and our parents so that we don't have such a big gap when they come in. And it's just kind of helped really prepare them. So we've also been looking at our assessment results pretty extensively. And on the right, you'll see a colored table. And what that is it's tracking our students from early grades like kindergarten through 12th grade. And the colors track that particular group of students and how many students we actually have that we've retained that are original students. And it's tracked what their scores have been, how they've compared with the state scores. And so the colors have been a really good way for us to just watch our growth in those particular groups of students and to be able to see, do we have some gaps and where are they and how can we address those with that group of students? And so we've been able to address some things that we hadn't noticed before. And we've also been working in our K-3 to align our report cards to be more standards based and be more intentional about what we're evaluating. So with curriculum alignment, what we've noticed is that when we have our 12th grade teachers meeting with our kindergarten teacher, we've realized that we've got a lot of great things going on in between, but that we've got a lot of things that we didn't realize before were kind of overlapping or we're missing some things, particularly in writing, some in math and some in reading. So we've really been working on that. Like I said, we have a new math curriculum that we are trying in the upper grades 7 through 12. And that's been really interesting to see. And then we've got quite a few AP courses that we offer: AP Calculus, AP Biology, AP Chemistry, AP Literature, AP Language, AP Government, and AP US History.
Community involvement, we have a part-time school resource officer at our school. The pictures you see here, the center picture, the resource officer reading to our kindergartners, and the top and bottom pictures. Each year we have a canned food drive where we participate in donating canned food to the Caldwell Police Department. This year, our students donated 4,700 cans of food to the food drive. Attendance and credit requirements. We require our students to be at school 96% of the time. We always come in above that number. Right now, at this point in time for the school year, we're at 96.9 attendance K-12 percentage for the year. We also require 0 missing assignments. If a student is missing an assignment, they need to complete that assignment. Like a secondary student, if they end the semester with a missing assignment, even a single missing assignment, even if they have an A in the class, they have 1 week in the subsequent semester to complete that assignment. We believe if a teacher assigns an assignment, it needs to be done. It's not an option. We require 62 credits to graduate from Thomas Jefferson, so we have additional credits in history, our innovations, family teamwork, technical reading and writing. Let's see, the internships. So we have 62 credits required for graduation. We have a National Honor Society. We have a high school student council. We just now, last week, implemented a middle school student council. They really wanted some leadership abilities. So we're working through that, and it's been really exciting. And now the elementary thinks that they'd like to participate too. So I don't know where this is going. We have students participating in the Hugh O'Brien Leadership Program, and we offer sports through the local school districts, which is very, very gracious of them. Extra activities, STEM night, science bowl, scientific inquiry. So the pictures here on the left, we have STEM night each fall in September. This is Dr. Pickelstein. He came and presented at our school, brought his reptiles. The second picture, our middle school students participated in Science Bowl at Boise State University. That was a few weeks ago. And then the inquiry, the third, fourth grade with the volcanic inquiry activity.
So over the past 20 years, Thomas Jefferson Charter School leadership has done a great job of balancing fiscal responsibility and treating their people well. So over the years, we've been able to provide good stability for our staff and students by being fiscally conservative. As of June 30th, 2024, we had 204 days of unrestricted cash on hand. This basically means that if all funding stopped, we could continue to educate our students for another 204 days before we ran out of funds. In 23-24, we built our cash reserves by over $800,000, and we have a very low debt to asset ratio and have received unmodified opinions on our audit reports. We've done all this while treating our staff well. We're in the top 10% in the state of Idaho for teacher salaries and the top 25% in the state for administrator salaries. We also offer all full-time employees a generous life insurance and AD&D policy, as well as the state insurance plan, which is very affordable for our staff and their families. We've done this while providing an accelerated and well-rounded educational experience for our students. In 2022-2023, we completed a building expansion project that added 7,639 square feet of instructional space. This was all paid for with the school's reserves and no loans were taken out on the project. So going forward, we plan to continue to keep our students' educational experience at the center of our budgeting process, as well as continuing to attract and retain top-level teachers and support staff by treating them well.
New to Instagram, and so that's our Instagram for you if you'd like to check it out. But we're trying to do more marketing for ourselves. We're a lot of word of mouth, we're a lot of return families, a lot of return staff members, but we really want to reach out to the rest of the community and get some more students. So we're working on it.
And we appreciate the opportunity and you considering us for the 5-year renewal. We would like to ask for consideration of the 12-year renewal, the two acknowledgements for our reason for being the 5 years and not 12. Those were taken care of right away. One was the financial when we expanded our building. That was within our building, so we did not. So that showed up on our audits. Scotty can speak to that, but and then the other was a posting on our website. It was just in a different link, a different location than where it was original and should have been. Can you speak to those two things, Scotty?
Yeah, so the one was about cash flows. The one finding was about cash flows, and that I've spoke with Charter Commission staff, and that was because of the building expansion project. So it looked like we went down in like 1 point some million in cash funds that year, cash flow that year, but it was because we paid for our building expansion all in cash. The other one was a required posting, and it was on our website. It was just in an unexpected location.
So in conclusion, as you can see, we have a great team. We have some struggles, but it's an emotion thing. Education changes every day, and it's been a really, really fun journey. Starting, in 2001, when I started me and a group tried to found this school and continue to work through it. One of the things in the very, very first is the reason why we were doing charter schools is so that we could see what we could implement into our conventional or traditional districts. And even though we're asking for the 12-year because we don't want to be in here, but we would like to offer our services of our history and some of our challenges and working through that so that we can improve education in the state and go back to one of those very first principles of trying to figure out what would work and what does work and that sort of thing. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Another great school. So maybe we'll bring this question up first, and then we have some other questions about the 12-year. I was a little puzzled about that myself, Director.
What do you want to know?
Well, I mean, is it 12 years is an option, correct?
Correct, yeah, 6 years, she was saying 5, but 6 year or a 12-year option. So, and I'll look to the staff if I'm missing anything. Nope, okay, I'm gonna thumbs up.
Okay, good. Please.
I believe we came up with a criteria at a previous meeting as to who would get the 12 years, and it was exceed in all categories, is that correct?
Yeah, that is true.
And that's how we judged the first group that we were looking at. And had the same situation in terms of the finances. That while it was still good financial practice, the way we had it in our criteria, it was scored that way. So I just wanted to bring that up just for consistency.
Yeah, I appreciate that. You're right. Okay, other questions?
Mr. Chairman, you have an excellent charter school. Congratulations. I have one recommendation and one question. Your fund balance is, I figured 11.28% of your general operating annual budget. I'd just like to see that higher. I think you need to be up in 15 to 16 range. My question is, you have a capacity of 402 students and you currently have 348. Have you seen a decline or increase in your attendance, and why are you not at capacity?
This is the guy.
Thank you for the question. Chairman and members of the board, we've remained consistent at that number. We are a little low. We have room in the high school. When students, if students leave Thomas Jefferson, it's often 6th grade moving into middle school in the traditional schools in our area. Same with the high school. So we have a waiting list K through 6. We actually have a waiting list K through 9 right now. But we have room in grades 10, 11, 12, and that has been consistent for us. We do have room for 402, but we've not been at 402.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any questions?
Chairman.
Please.
Excuse me, I think this is for Mr. Dorsey. I was very interested in your comment about originally charter schools were designed to spread innovation into traditional models. Have you had that opportunity? Any of the traditional schools in your area, or has anybody come to you and said, well, what are you doing? You'd like to do it as well?
Mr. Dorsey.
Yes, thank you, Chairman and Commissioner Fair. Yes, we have been able to do that. My wife also teaches at Homedale High School, and so we've been able to share those practices and those kind of things throughout the community. What made Thomas Jefferson unique is when we asked for our charter, we originally went through the Valley View High School because they were experiencing growth and they were going to have to build some buildings. So that was a good part of it. And I share that part of our story with all school districts because it's not, it could be detrimental to some of the smaller districts, you know, so it's not always great for them to have a charter within their district. So anyways, just trying to work through those nuances.
Please.
Follow up. I'm gonna shift gears just a minute to your assessment, your pre-assessment. Is that a standard assessment or is it something you have created?
So with the lottery situation that we have in the charter school, it's really, really important for our parents and our kiddos to be able to know where to put themselves in that lottery, because after they get into the school and they realize what's going on, it's too late because we can't simply move them forward or back. We don't have that opportunity with our school. So that's one of the things that we've just over time have come to find out that it's just basically educational, right? We're just trying to educate our new kiddos and parents and, you know, the expectations and that sort of stuff of the school.
Just follow up.
Yes.
So I just want to make sure I understand, if I have a 5th grade age appropriate student and we come and take your pre-assessment, which again, is it school creating or is it standard? is at school created. Okay, and I find out that my student is learning at a third grade level, then I would then enter my student into the third grade lottery rather than the fifth grade lottery.
Mr. Chairman.
That would be up to the parent and the kid and obviously the administration and just trying to get the best fit. It's pretty much just an eyes wide open kind of thing. Like if you have a fifth grade, student, but it's kind of, he or she is performing at the third grade level, there's going to be a lot of catch up to do. Can you do it? Is it possible? Kind of just going through that kind of scenario. And then at the end of the day, that's really up to the parent and the student. But to, be the most productive, this is kind of where you're at.
Please, Mr. Clark.
Now, and full disclosure, I sat on an accreditation team for Thomas Jefferson a number of years ago, so I'm somewhat familiar with it. Just a couple of clarifications for me. When I look at your overall numbers, and not to ramble, but the question, I'd like to talk a little bit more about what you explained. So, but first, why the below numbers in your 11th grade? I mean, they're half of everybody else. A particular reason there, or that's just the dynamics of what happened?
Thank you for the question, Chairman and committee. The 11th grade, we do see a decline in the 11th grade, 10th and 11th. A lot of times students are feel that they maybe aren't going to meet the 62 credit requirement, or they will exit our school. We visit with parents when they choose to have their child leave our school. So a lot of times they want to be within the school where their child plays sports. They will also want their child to be in a larger environment. Sometimes I will hear that although they've very much appreciated and value Thomas Jefferson's education, they feel that they want their child in a larger environment before they're exposed in a large environment when they head off to college or out into the workforce. So we do see a decline at that grade level.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Please talk to me then why your students with disability numbers are so low.
Thank you, Chairman and committee member. We are 5% special ed. We do have a full-time special ed teacher, and we have special ed students grades K through 12 with the 5%, not in every single grade level, but in every single area. We have special ed students. We have we contract with the school psychologist as well to meet the needs of the IEP, as well as a speech and language pathologist we contract into our school. So our students, we do have several students on IEPs with special needs, and they do very well at our school.
I'd like to go back to help me understand why you can't move a child up or down a grade. I understand if you're dealing with large numbers, but when I look at your enrollments, K through at least sixth, why can't that happen?
Okay, Chairman, Commissioner, because we have a set number of kids per class for our teachers, and that doesn't change. That's in our charter. That's what we do. So if we were to move a kid, down or up, there's a person in that waiting list spot, another kiddo in the waiting list spot that would want to get into that class. First of all, so if there was an opening, if in the lottery system, that person comes in first anyways, and then we won't overfill the class. That's why we can't move them around after that lottery is in.
And what is then what is your number per grade level? Is it 30?
So,
yes, thank you. We can refer to the screen, or Ms. Endicott can tell you the exact numbers. It varies by grade.
Thank you. Chairman, members of the committee, 26 in kindergarten, 28 in 1, 2, 3, then 32 on up to ninth grade. Ninth grade, we can take over 32. We do not want more than 32 kids in a given classroom. We can take more at the high school because there might be 2 math classes or 2 ELA classes. So for the most part, 32 4th grade and above.
Okay, I have one, so you have you're changing your math curriculum, correct? What do you hope to see as far as an improvement with this new curriculum?
Thank you for the question, Jen, community members. We are looking to see, we have some gaps specifically in probability and just other things like that. And so we're looking to make sure that we're hitting those. This new curriculum, we actually purchased 2 new curriculum, and one is more of an advanced track curriculum, and one of them is a little less inquiry-based than the one that we have currently. The one that we have currently is so inquiry-based that kids get completely lost. Like, they're not getting the foundational computation from that curriculum. So we're trying to kind of meet in the middle and have a really robust inquiry portion, but then also those really strong foundational skills that they need. So we're looking to see, how does this new curriculum, these 2 new curriculums, how do they address those issues? Because in K6, the curriculum is a lot of direct instruction, and then all of a sudden we jump into the middle school to an extremely heavy inquiry-based program. And the other thing is that when we get new students in the middle school and high school, it's so different from what they've experienced that it's like a foreign language. So we're trying to kind of meet new students where they're coming from, but also to build the foundational skills while increasing the inquiry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Motion, please.
The chairman, I'll move we approve the consent agreement for the charter renewal without conditions for Thomas Jefferson Charter School, thereby approving their school renewal application and renewal of the charter for a 6-year operational term beginning on July 1st this year.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
I will second.
Okay, the motion is second. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
can we just get clarification from our staff as to what we decided? That what I said was correct.
You guys have historical context you can bring, Jared?
Commissioners, as memory serves, last year, that is correct. The commission decided that anything meets or exceeds standard would be eligible for a 12-year consideration. After any approaches, that they would do 6 years. However, the caveat was that the commission, I think, reserved the right to have that conversation later and adjust as they felt necessary.
So you said meet and exceed. I thought it was just exceed. Not have.
Again, this is just memory. It was meet or exceeds across the board. It may well have been exceeds.
Can we look that up real quick?
I'm getting this, but yeah, if you had a yellow or a red, essentially.
It was meets and exceeds. We, Juan and I talked about it after she made that statement, but I think we also decided that that wasn't a hard and fast rule, that we reserve the right to make exceptions to that based upon the individual charters, and I think that's where we are.
Well, it's, yeah, meets and exceeds. Was what I thought. So does this school have?
This meets and exceeds, so we can go this well. But I didn't know whether we wanted to get into this conversation at this point with these fine folks sitting here trying to figure out what we're gonna do.
Well, I guess they got their fingers crossed.
You know, maybe they'd like to come back and see us in 6 years too.
Yes, we will.
Keith and I won't be here.
Yeah, we'll be doing something, pushing up daisies.
They have to approach.
Pardon me?
They have to approaching standards.
Oh, they do.
22 and 20, yeah, 22 and 21, nothing in 23 and 24.
And that was our hang up before.
Yes.
A couple of yellows.
And but I believe we were looking at all 4 years, just not 2.
That's,
Yeah, it was a history.
Yes.
Chairman, Reed, Commissioners, the meeting minutes from last April's meeting, noted that the school must meet or exceed. Those are the criteria for meeting that year, so not to succeed, but to exceed.
Over the 4 years.
Correct, over the term of the performance certificate.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, we have a motion. And a second, any further discussion?
So if they have approaching, does that mean?
That's what caused the problem last time.
Yeah.
And so they have that here under government.
You're 6.
So it would be a 6-year renewal.
Is what the motion is.
Okay, further discussion? Okay, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Be opposed. Okay, congratulations. We'll see you in 6 years.
Thank you.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Okay, Mosaics Public School. If I could take a seat, we'll ask the director to start this off for us.
Chairman, members of the committee, you have consideration of the agreement for renewal of the charter without conditions for Mosaics Public Charter School. And they are here to do so. In 2019, Mosaics Public Charter School was approved for its operation with a 5-year operating contract. School began operations in 2020. The current certificate term is from July 1, 2020 to June 30th, 2025. Mosaics Public School either met or exceeded all academic operational measures and all but one financial measure in fiscal year 24. In previous years of the school's operating contract, the school has met or exceeded all measures except for one related to operations, and the school is recommended for renewal of conditions or without conditions.
Okay, thank you. Please introduce yourselves and
Thank you, Chairman Reed, Commission. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity, and thank you very much for your service on the commission. As a former public official, I know sometimes it goes unthanked. So my name is Brian Taylor. I'm the current chair for Mosaics Charter School, a position I've held, I think, for like 4 years now. To my right is Brandy Perez. She also serves on the board. She is the vice chair. She is also part of the founding board. And then to my left is Anthony Haskett, who is the administrator, principal, executive director for the school. We are going to be, I know that you just had a discussion about 6 to 12 year renewal. We're going to be optimistic that we think we have met all those measures, and we're going to be asking for a 12-year renewal so we can continue the great work of Mosaics and transforming the lives and molding our scientists, our young scientists, our artists into community stewards. So I'm going to take the lead. We're going to be just chatting amongst as it's appropriate. So if you can do, I know a number of, you can go to the next slide. I know a number of this board was not present when that original charter came. So we started the concept in 2018. As the director indicated, we received our original certification in 2019. And the vision at the time was to set up a STEAM charter school in Caldwell, Idaho. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Caldwell, Idaho. It's where I make my residency and where I served in public service for many, many years, a couple of decades. It is a very diverse racially and ethnically composition. I think the demographics, the last I saw was around 40% Hispanic, around 20% other races, and then the remainder white Caucasian. It is also a very low income community. We have a number of affordable housing issues in that aspect. But at the same token, the community of Caldwell is vibrant, it's engaging, it's growing. You're starting to see a lot of manufacturing jobs coming in, STEM jobs coming in. You see the Simplots, the Brooklyns, the Orton engineering outfits that are all there. The number of technical jobs are also growing. So the vision was, why not create these individuals, these students, to have the necessary schools and skill sets for the jobs that are coming. And I know that's a lot of what the governor has been pushing for a number of times as well. So if we can go to the next slide. And I'm going to let Anthony talk about this a little bit more in depth about our student demographics. But you will see here on this aspect is the kids that we are serving in this school really match and mirror the demographics in the city of Caldwell, which is the target community, which is why the founding board and Anthony really wanted to give this opportunity to these kids.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. Chairman, members, we purposely went into Caldwell because it was low income. We put in a lot of supports trying to make sure we are accessible. We've got Spanish speaking staff, we have transportation, we have a national school lunch program. And I'm proud to say, we've got 43% of our students who are in that free and reduced lunch category. And we also have 15% of our students now on IEPs. It's 14%, we just had a couple qualify again. We've got a racial mix where it's not just all the same Caucasian schools like sometimes you see. And we also are servicing a lot of kids on IEPs and 504s. To qualify for an IEP, you are required to have a disability and be significantly behind grade level. To qualify for a 504, you have to have a disability and then you accommodate it. So if you think about our student demographic, 1 in 4 have a disability. And what I'm proud of is that we're able to service these kids at a high level, and we're able to work with the families on providing quality education for them and pushing their kids to get the skills they need to be successful. So we'll talk more about what that academic program looks like later, but I'll let Brian take.
Actually, Randy, if you want to mention anything, as you are part of the founding board of why we chose Caldwell.
No, I think you said that.
Okay. So I think it's also important just the name of our mosaics and our vision, our mission statement is something we're very proud of, right? Is this emphasis is everything that we do is trying to mold our students into scientists and artists, but at the same token being great community stewards, which is one of the pinnacle aspects of what we do is getting them engaged in our community. We want these kids to stay, most of them are going to stay in this community, and thus giving them the necessary tools. Good. So in March of 2020 was an interesting time in the world, right? As a pandemic hits. And Anthony's brilliance in this aspect and the founding boards, let's start the school in the fall of this time. So Mosaic School, if you can hit the next one, started its official first year in the fall of 2020. We remained open the entire time during this aspect. We're very proud of that. And as you can imagine, in any school setting, the primary goal is just to keep moving forward. And that is what we did. So from that first year to our continued aspect, if you can go, we started off as K through fourth. And then we started adding a grade every sequential year up to this year, which would be added 8th. So you can see we have taken on as a school, not only did we start opening in a pandemic and we saw academic excellence, fiscal conservatism, standard and consistency with our administration and governance, but we also grew with regards to it in each sequential year. Yeah, please.
Yeah, and one challenge when you're a startup organization is managing the growth and how do we continue to build on what was successful. So one thing I'm proud of, and we'll see later, is that our retention rate for families has been in the 85% or higher. So when families come around, they stick with us, and we're proud to be with them. We also really worked on building that STEAM programming. And I'll tell you, the first couple of years, we were really focused on trying to keep kids safe and healthy and keep staff safe and healthy. And my board made a great decision on our second year by making our absentee rate be the thing that determined whether or not we had to put in mask mandates. But in our process, we've been looking at data and we've been building our program and the capacity of our teachers. So we are working on project-based learning. Within this, we've got every grade level's got projects that they've built with partners, businesses. In fourth grade, we've started businesses. In third grade, we're designing tiny homes, we're bringing in architects, we're having a really good time applying the skill sets that we're learning. And when we think STEAM education, we think, what are we building in kids? It's a problem-solving capacity. It's not just memorizing the facts, it's how do I apply this in a situation? And I really think as we've grown, there's been some really cool things that we've done that we'll highlight a little bit later. But we've got a couple cool things. We need to slide ahead, but we have an innovation lab and, oh, you're good.
Okay.
A couple of hallmarks is you typically won't see a school our size have a dedicated band room. And band is really important to my board and to me and our school. And we built a room originally for band, and it turned out our soundproofing wasn't conducive to having a band in the building. So as we went out for refinancing this last year, we took out $1 million to make sure that our kids were able to access band and that didn't interrupt our educational program. So we did build an expansion in the last 4 years from what our original design was. And we've got now 44,000 square feet of facility. And then another hallmark is our innovation lab. And this is where we want kids to learn to code, to be messy, to build things. We've got, if you look at this kid in the bottom corner, he is building his bot ball table. So we've got 2 competitive teams for robotics. One's First Lego League and one's bot ball. And if there is a little video there on the bottom right corner, it's okay, but yeah, it's basically, these kids are taking C programming, and these kids are in 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade, and they're learning how to tell a robot how to, like this one is grabbing an item. But we offer this class not just as an extracurricular, but it's embedded in our middle school curriculum as well, if kids want to take it. So we are proud of the program that we've built and really fleshed out in the last few years, and I'll talk more about it in our academics component, but it's just been a wild ride, and it's been really fun to see the demand from the community and the engagement from our parents.
And then echoing that as well, it's Mosaic's primary secondary language in which our kids are learning starting in kindergarten is coding. So it's the computer language of it is. We offer Spanish as they get into middle school, but the coding is scattered throughout, once again, because that's where the jobs are going to be in the computer science and everything to that effect. And to the director's comment of one of those metrics of finances, we'll talk about it. When we submitted everything, we're going through the required refinancing aspect. So those metrics, I think, have all been met as of what is today, February 27th, 2025. So we'll touch upon that Commissioner Quinn. So if we can go to the next slide. So that brings us to here of the fall. Right now, as we started the process for the renewal of fall 2025, and now we're presenting to this commission for the 12-year renewal. We can do the next slide. So it's my understanding for the charter review and the rules, it's really based off of 3 primary components: our governance structure, our finances, as well as academics. And these are the 3 areas that I would like to touch upon. I'm going to talk about really the first one, and then I'm going to turn it over to Anthony to really dive into the other 2, since he's dealing with it more on the day-to-day basis. So if we can do the governance. Next slide. So this is our current board. As you can see, all of us have been on the board for quite some time. Brandy, our longest serving member, she has been the consistency from the foundation to now what we call the governance board. We've gone very intentional of how we have structured our board. There are 3 of us that are parents or grandparents of students. So you have the parent aspect, and then there are 4 individuals. We just had 1 person. We're in the process of switching over an individual. The other 4 individuals are all based in the community and based in some type of STEM discipline. So we have a physician, we have a mechanical engineer. We want to have the community members part of the board, that it's not all parents. So we have been intentionally designed in that aspect. A couple lawyers, everyone has to have it. So leadership team has been also consistent through this entire aspect. Anthony, who's the visionary for this whole school, has maintained his leadership role. We have Debbie and John and Michelle. They have been there through the whole thick and thin, through all of the COVID world, and keep pushing the school forward and forward. So the school has always had the consistency, and as we start looking into not only is it the parent retention, our wait list, we have so many kids that want to come to the school, we don't have the seats to fill because they're all full. So I'll turn it over to Anthony to talk a little bit now about the finance and the academics.
So I grew up in Glendale. I am a born and bred Idaho, and I'm a fiscal conservative. Like, I can't do anything that's not worried about the bottom line. So as we approach, the very first goal we had as a school was to build our fund balance. Because I lived through 2008. I saw what the state did to education financing in 2009. And I said, we can't set the school up to fail. So we were able to utilize grants and ESSER funding, and as we were growing, the nice thing was, instead of supplanting money, which you're not allowed to do with ESSER, we were able to expand and use some of that, which gave us capacity to build our fund balance very quickly. So in the last 4 years, we've gotten over $1 million in our fund balance, which gives us lots of days cash on hand. And we are able to leverage that into the state's moral obligation when we refinanced our facility and built the band room. So the nice thing is, with our long-term financing being set, we now can build budgets in the future that have a set cost for our facility costs. And as we look into the future, you'll see that we've also kind of built a very fiscally conservative budget as we look forward. As you guys probably know, enrollment is really what drives your funding in schools. And it's even not just enrollment, it's attendance. But for this presentation, we can just say, here's been our capacity. So our very first year, we had hoped to have 300 kids. This is COVID. We started in June, honestly, at about 200 kids, and we worked really hard to get 270 kids to the school. We were full K1-2, but when it came to third and fourth, we just weren't full. And you can see as we've gone over time, we are almost at capacity, but when we budget, we never budget for what we are hoping to get, we budget less than. And this year, as of, was that Sunday, those are the applications for next year. We typically have it depending on the grade level and cohorts, we usually lose about 10% of kids year over year. And you can see that we more than make up for that, and typically our applications, and this is as of now, our lottery is in April. We see a big push in March as well for those numbers. In the last couple of years, our lottery applications have typically been about 400 to 450. It is hard to get middle school, and I think it's hard because when you think about kids changing schools midstream in those middle school years, in 7th and 8th grade, that can be difficult for kids. And then when we think about our turnover, sports is a big loss, right? Like, how do we get sports? So we've tried to mitigate that by partnering with Sage International to provide sports options for our middle schoolers, and we've got some taking it. This is our wait list for the last 4 years. Our first year during COVID, we didn't really have a wait list because it was during COVID. I will say we were the only school in Canyon County that was like every person every day from October to May. We didn't have hybrid learning. It was important to us that our kids were there, and we figured out how to problem solve that. And that helped us build some really good community buy-in. So as you see, our current wait list, the grades that don't have a wait list are 7th and 8th grade, but in general, we are seeing those wait lists stay really strong over the course of time.
And if I could add just real quickly, is what we have seen as a board on the enrollment. It's always the new grade that's been added. It's the new body that's coming in. But the kids that have started with us of kindergarten, first grade, they're the grades that you start seeing this sort of curve that's going in. It keeps steady. So those applications are on top of the kids that are already enrolled, right? So that's the lottery. So that's what is wanting to come to our school. And if the kids that want to stay are staying, and we're only losing 10%, you're only getting 30 to 40 of those kids of that application list. So if that makes sense.
Yeah, so when we look at the future, we'll say, okay, we're asking for 12 years, what stability are you looking for? Our enrollment projections, you can see what we're basing our finances on next year is 520 kids. This year we have 527 enrolled, so we already know that we're gonna bring more money in than what the financials would look like. And then the hope is, and the expectation is, as we grow, we'd be able to maintain more kids. So for our financial projections, which we'll talk about in a second, this base budget right here works for us with the surplus every year. So we can hit the next slide. So if we have 520 kids, we're authorized for 540, we're currently at 527. If we have 520 kids, we'll have $123,000 in surplus expected with the current staffing structure and the things that are in place as us being fully built out. And then our bond covenant, because we just refinanced, these are fresh on my mind, it allows a 1.0 annual debt service coverage. So that means if we had a net zero, we're still within our bond covenants to be okay. And that's based on our days cash on hand. We've got a nice fund reserve. We're not worried about that. So you can see that if we were able to go up to 540 kids, not even that 540, that's like 535, we would have an extra $292,000 a year based on current operating costs, which gives us that flexibility that would be needed and provide that long-term stability. When it comes to academics, I'm really proud of our school. When we opened, we had 55% of our kids reading at grade level in K3. And we had 25% of our kids be able to pass the ISAT. And it just is the kids we got, you know, we don't get to choose. We had 23 different schools represented our first year. And they had varying skill levels, they had various backgrounds of what school's supposed to be. And we have worked really hard on ELA and reading because those are foundational skills that allow our kids to engage in our STEAM program. We have not really focused on math, and Julie Yamamoto's right. So if you want to take something from Thomas Jefferson, focus on one thing and do it well. And we have really focused on trying to make sure our kids have those skills. So we failed, we flopped. We had Lucy Calkins as our reading curriculum originally, and she's disavowed it now. So we went through a whole process our first couple of years of realizing what we're doing isn't working for kids, and we got to do what's best for them. So we adopted a program called Foundations. We adopted a new curriculum. It's content-based approach to literacy called Wit and Wisdom. It's where our kids are actually learning about science and social studies content and applying reading skills. It's a different approach than what you see in the basal readers of like Wonders or Journeys, where you learn a strategy and then you try to apply it in a text that doesn't mean anything to you. So it's based on inquiry, which is our STEM framework. And it allows our kids to really engage in content that is really interesting to them. So my kid was in 4th grade last year. They're learning about the heart. So they look about the literal heart and they learn about the circulatory system. They're learning non-fiction text structures, right? There's caption. What does a caption mean? What's vocabulary look like? They're expected to learn that, but they're also expected to learn how does the circulatory system work. And then on the other side, they're looking at Confucius and they're looking at a book called Love That Dog, which is poetry. So they're learning inference skills. What's the author inferring here? How does this work? And both are talking about the big question, what does it mean to have heart, right? And then they're broken. So we are working on, you wanna go back? We're not there yet. So we're working on making sure that our kids are learning that content, which drives curiosity and the natural motivation to learn. And it's built in an inquiry framework, which aligns with our mission and vision of helping kids have divergent thinking. They're having conversations, there's structures in place that have kids talk about what is it that their thoughts are. We have Socratic seminars, there's a lot of turn and talk discussions. So our ELA program is now being centered on where we can actually further the STEAM program that we are trying to build as well. We also are competitive. I've got some really competitive people, like over on the far right is Mrs. Hopper. She came to us from Emmett School District and she is a bot ball queen. Like our 5th graders, our first year of having bot ball got 2nd place at state. And this program is open to middle schools and high schools. So we kind of like got our 5th graders in there and 1 6th grader. and we were second place to Jerome High School. They qualified for nationals, and I said, that's a whole bunch of 10-year-olds to Florida. That didn't sound fun to me, but we got trophies at the school, and we also started engaging in future cities. So whereas sometimes Future Cities is an after-school club, we offer it during the day. We want to have access to all kids. And if a kid wants to push themselves and learn, they're going to have the opportunity at our school. So last year we got 5th place in our rookie year. I didn't expect any trophies. I looked at that stuff and I was like, are we really going to do this? And then we got 3 awards. The kids got $100 and we got a ribbon. So it was really fun. And then we also got 2 awards this year at our Future Cities. And then in Lego League, that's another, that one is offered in school. So like our coding program, we'll use Lego League, which uses Blockly. As Brian said, it's a language where it's just trying to teach kids logic sequences and how to put things together. But we do have a competitive team that also works really well. They have to design a project and then they have to code the robot to go and do activities. So all of our kids are able to do those activities, but the competitive team got second place for their innovation project. Specifically, it was cleaning Lake Lowell from moss. But we've got after school clubs. We've done tutoring. My teachers were able to access some grants that allowed us to really offer 168 students in our population to participate in that at no cost. And one thing we've always done is trying to keep our demographic in mind of who we serve. And we try to do as much as we can for free. There's very few things that we're asking kids to pay for. And we got time.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll keep going. I just love our school and I would love to like bragging about it.
Gotta be mindful.
I appreciate that, Brian. He knows I'm a talker.
Yeah.
So over time, you can see where we started and where we've gone in our IRI. You can see what the statewide average is and that we've really solidified our K-3 reading program. We're in the Caldwell School District, our comparison group. Over half our kids are from Caldwell. So that's, you can see we're making gains. And then next slide, on the ISAT, you can see we're at 25%. We're not at state averages yet. We've made increases. One thing we did expect last year as we adopted Whitney Wisdom and new curriculum was to have a little bit of a dip, and we saw that, but our kids are writing so much more academically now. Every district that's implemented it has seen a significant increase over 3 years. And then in math, we haven't really focused on math because reading's been our thing. So you can click the next one. We've stayed status quo. Math is the next domino to fall. We've established a curriculum committee that we're starting this spring to really dive into what is an effective math program. We expect to look for a program that balances the amount of practice with cognitively guided instruction where kids are thinking and talking about math.
But we're still twice the amount of our comparison district too, so.
Yeah. And then on science, we only have taken the 5th grade science, so I just pulled the 5th grade data. You can see that in just a few years, we've also solidified our science to be at or near statewide data, and we're still doing better in Caldwell.
And then just as we conclude this up, as once again, we're going to make the presentation, or we are making this presentation for the 12-year renewal. Our academic excellence continues to go leaps and bounds. We are doubling almost every year. We just received our STEM certification from the STEM Action Center for the state. So we're going to be pushing a lot more energy and time now into our mathematics and science. And one of the things that I heard this group talk about is what are the innovations? It's we've invited, I think we had 50 educators come in to look at our system. We're trying to share what we've learned. Anthony's done presentations here at the State House on it. One of the things that I'm not aware of anywhere else in the state is we are partnering with Sage International that we're going to have 2 charter schools now feeding into 1 high school. So as our kids, our 8th graders now that are going to be graduating, they'll be coming out, they have a guaranteed seat in this joint. It's all about sustainability. I think it's hard for a charter school to maintain, as we saw in some of, as you've probably seen in numbers, high schools are tough because you have all the sports and everything else. So if we have 2 charter schools funding into 1, I think we are going to see excellence there. They'll get the baccalaureate. They're guaranteeing the STEM certification coming out of high school for each one of those students as well. So we're very excited about this partnership going beyond as well. And then the last slide, or I guess the next slide, is so there's these two little yellows. This is where Commissioner Quinn has some questions. And I'm going to turn it over to Anthony. Is the one on the yellow, the finance, when we submitted this was during the time of the refinance. I think we were there. I think it was now, and as well as the one on the left under the old metric. So I'll have it.
So I'll jump on the finance one first. If we delayed our refinance to July 1st, we did it in this current fiscal year, that would be green. And because we closed on June 26th, as Thomas Jefferson was talking, your finances look wonky. So
There's a better rate for us to do it. And
it was better for us to get it done. You know, we had capacity, we were working towards that. And so honestly, all of those financial metrics got
really green.
Wonky, but if we had said, let's do July 2nd, that's green, not a yellow. And then on the November or the 2022 yellow, we had a federal audit. That's where they come do a desk review, and they come out to the site. And if you've seen the title audits, they're 72 pages long. There are 4 or 5 check boxes and actions that you have to do on each. We had 2 findings. Those were corrected within 30 days. Under the old performance framework, that became if you had any findings, which our findings were we had not held our Title night yet for parents. We had not told parents that we were having a Title night. So we did that. Everything else was good, right? But currently, under the new performance framework, if it's corrected within 30 days, it moves to meets. So I would argue that
me too.
That we could say under the old framework, yeah, but under the new framework, we'd be meeting the metrics.
Yellow is yellow.
What's your color line, Commissioner?
But the rules have changed.
So you can go to the last slide. So that is our presentation. Once again, we really appreciate you giving us the opportunity to present the great things that are happening in Mosaics. I encourage any of you, if you want to come to visit and see the great things that are happening, and we will stand for any questions.
Questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
if I may, I would love to agree with you. We're just trying to be consistent with what we've done, and we heard the same arguments. And so we're just trying to be fair with all your schools, and I'm very, very admiring of all your work. And really would love to see you come twice as much, because it really is wonderful to see what you're doing and how you're doing.
Yes, please.
I just would like to congratulate you. I just talked yesterday to someone who said they had been out to Mosaics to do the STEM certification, and they were telling me a lot of really fun things. And Wit and Wisdom is, I'm a curriculum person, and Wit and Wisdom is a hard sell to begin with. And it's but it, as you said, does show promising results in a lot of ways and difficult things. So congratulations on that as well.
Please, Mr. Commodore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This isn't necessarily specific to their school, and maybe staff will correct me that we've heard it, we could stop and correct it, but I feel like we often see the yellow come up in the debt asset ratio, and it has to do with building and construction issues. And I don't know how to fix this, but it feels like, we're often, deeming the schools that are successful, that are needing to expand and build facilities, and then, it puts them in a bad spot, not really a bad spot, but it appears it puts them in a bad spot, at least temporarily. So I don't know if there's a fix, or if we figured out a fix, and it's still just a remnant of, the old way we looked at things, but just food for thought if there's a better way to do that, or better metrics, so that we're not being, potentially the ones that are the most successful in the process.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and this is just for my own edification. As a STEM-focused school, I would talk to me about your rationale of going to reading rather than math as an early focus.
Mr. Chairman, it's where the student need was,
Okay.
right? And when we look at literacy, that is the foundation for every other subject. So when we were seeing that one out of 4 kids were able to read at grade level or perform at grade level, and only half of our kids had the phonics and basic reading skills necessary, it's really hard to do STEM, where they're expected to read and write and learn that way, instead of math. Because math, as a state, that's not been something we've actually been able to crack that code yet.
Most happen.
Yes, most haven't, and that's our next win, right? But it really has to deal with, one, when we looked at the data and we looked at our student need and what is it that's gonna set them up for success in life, it's reading. Because you have to be able to read in anything. And the math curriculum we used actually had a lot of reading based into it as well. So they weren't able to access math at the same time.
If I thank you, Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna put you on the spot. That's something I probably should have asked Thomas Jefferson as well. How well prepared for math are the teachers that you're getting out of the universities?
Anthony?
Mr. Chairman, commissioners,
And it's not an
not
attack on the teachers. I have my own thoughts on
Yeah.
the colleges of education. But how prepared are they for mathematics?
I think there's a couple avenues that we gotta look at when we're thinking about our teaching staff and teaching math. One, there are 2 really important parts of math instruction that have to happen. One is there's gotta be practice for kids, right? So kids have to have miles on the page, practicing the skills and understanding how to do this. 2, math is not what we were taught when we were kids. It's moved away from the algorithms to more strategies on trying to solve problems. I would say a lot of teachers come out and they're able to successfully do up to 5th grade math. And 5th grade is where you start to see things break down. I worked with my 6th grade teacher last year specifically on building out or 2 years ago, what it was that the ratios we're looking at. And it shifts, like if you look at the math standards, they shift from elementary math standards to middle school. There's probability, there's a lot of different higher math concepts, and that's where I see the shortfall.
Give me the answer I was kind of expecting to get, so I'll interpret it in my way, but that's one of the things, just to editorialize, that College of Education has struggled teaching new teachers how to get math into children's heads. And it's one of those things that the nation does not do well, is mathematics. And so I'm always very interested in what can be done at the university level to begin to correct. It's not the fault of the teacher. It's not the fault of the administration. Faults at the university level. So that's my edification there.
Okay, thank you. Other questions?
We can connect afterwards, but I can phone a friend on the issue pretty easily.
I know your friend very well.
Okay, anything else? Motion?
I guess it's up to me again. A motion to approve the consent agreement for the charter renewal without conditions for Mosaic Public Charter School, thereby approving the school's renewal application and renewing its charter for a 6-year period beginning on July 1st of 2025.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion?
Chairman,
Please.
just that, again, it isn't punitive, it isn't a ding, it's a system. It's there, and please don't take it as that, and we will look forward to seeing you in 6 years.
And I, to Commissioner Amador's point, maybe we need to see if there's a resolution for that, because it may miss the spirit of the 12-year renewal. So we'll have, but that's something in the future we've got to work on. That point well taken. Okay, further discussion? Okay, hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, before we go on, why don't we take just a quick 5-minute break? Let's come right back.
Well, that's accurate. Well, if she.
Okay, thanks, everybody.
Yeah.
Back with now on our next point on our agenda, consideration of consent agreements for a new charter with conditions. We'll start with Pinecrest Academy of Idaho. If you want to come up and have a seat, Director, if you'd like to start us, please.
Quick summary of this consideration for renewal of Pinecrest Academy of Idaho with conditions. So in 2019, Pinecrest Academy of Idaho was approved for operations with a 5-year operating contract. The school began operations in 2020, and the current certificate term is from July 1, 2020 through June 30th, 2025. Pinecrest Academy of Idaho has met all the operational measures and 4 out of 6 of financial measures for fiscal year 2024 school year, showing overall improvement compared to previous years. However, 3 of the 5 academic measures were not met, representing a decline from previous years. The school is recommended for renewal with conditions, and as you can see in the board packet, there are 4 conditions present that have been set as staff recommendations for this school.
Okay, thank you. Would you please introduce yourself for the record and proceed?
Chairman and Commission, I'm Colin Brinkhurst. I'm with Academica Nevada with Academica, the management company for the school. And we should have several board members, including the chair, Alex Castaneda, and the principal, Andy Mirhaj, online. Did you see, is Alex Castaneda on the house? What was that? You are Andy some. And Nicole. All right. Well, seeing as Alex, the board chair, is not on the meeting, I will start the presentation. First of all, I just wanted to go over just a couple highlights of the school. So back in the school started, was approved in 2019, and just like the last school that was in front of you, started during the COVID year in 2020, a fun year for schools, and since at that time we were in a church, leasing from a church, and in 2022 we bonded and were able to build a building for the school in Twin Falls. Now the new building is a fantastic building. It has enough space for two classes per grade, which is the model that Pinecrest Twin Falls has. And we have had to hire a new principal. This is his, Andy, this is your second year with the school, right?
No, I'm completing my 3rd year.
3rd year, okay.
Good morning.
And so we did have to make a transition from the first principal at the school, which does cause some turmoil at a school, obviously, especially a new school. And the third, each year we have grown substantially in our school's population. Starting, let me bring up these numbers real quick. Let's see here. Starting in the first year, and this is as of the last day of school. In the first year, we had 130 students, and in the second year, we grew to 204. And the 3rd year grew again to 265. Then we moved into the new building and grew to 376 in the 4th year. And this year, as of let's see the date, as of Tuesday, we were at 404 in our school. So with that growth, we've also our staff has grown, adding teachers and other administrative and paraeducational staff to help with all of the classes and with aides to help in the classes. And then we have Principal Mirhaj, who wants to talk to you about, we know that we had 3 conditions. The first one, the first couple being with the growth and proficiency in English language arts. And the third being growth in literacy proficiency. And Amy Mirhaj will take over from here.
All right, thank you very much, Colin. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, members of the commission, Charter Commission. It's a pleasure to be here from Twin Falls. And as Colin mentioned, I've been with the school since 2022. Moved to Twin Falls from Miami. And I know I'll get a lot of questions about that. But it's been great here at the school. 2 of my kids go to this school as well. So I have a lot of confidence in the academic strength of this school. In meeting the conditions that have been set by the commission, conditions 1 through 3, we plan on doing the following, as mentioned on the screen. The first thing is that starting this year, we've increased the number of hours of intervention from 2 hours last year per week, which is basically 2 periods during the week, with each period being an hour. So we've increased it to 4 hours of intervention a week. That's 100% increase from last year. And these interventions include iReady periods that we call them, where we use the iReady software. It's a diagnostic and intervention software, as well as we've got what we call within the Pinecrest system of schools across the country, we call them power hours, which is an hour where students are divided into 3 different groups: high, medium, and those who are a bit low, below grade level. And then we have teachers working with each group. And this is done as a grade level. So you have 2 classes, as Colin mentioned, per grade level. And within each grade level, the 2 teachers coordinate and divide their students into 2 groups. We've also increased the number of ELA hours per week. So that's a 2-hour increase compared to last year. And as well, starting this year, we've hired more experienced and qualified teachers at the school. And finally, to address the conditions, we are planning on buying new curriculum to be used school-wide in ELA for writing. And the curriculum will be connected to our iReady software. And it's actually printed by the same company that manages iReady. So everything is well coordinated with each other. On to the next screen. Here we have the proficiency. We take these iReady tests or diagnostics once the first week of school or the second week of school, and then mid-year, and then at the end of the school year, to kind of gauge where students are both in as far as proficiency goes, as well as growth. The iReady software is highly similar to the ISATs and the IRI tests that students take. So as members of the commission, some who are familiar with iReady know it is quite similar, as well as follows the same standards. So we took the first test and the second one in mid-year, which was done about 3 weeks ago. And as far as proficiency goes, we've increased in proficiency in all grade levels compared to the first several weeks of school in most grade levels, except for first and second grade. In first grade, we had to make some changes staffing wise, and second grade, we did have experienced teachers, but there wasn't much growth in there. But in the other grade levels, we saw a growth in proficiency. And the next slide, please. In middle school, you can see as proficiency goes, in sixth grade, again, and seventh and eighth grade, because we're a K through 8 school, we saw significant increase in proficiency. Eighth grade, the reason the data is showing no growth in proficiency is, as a footnote, we only have 28 or so students in eighth grade. There's only one class of eighth grade this year. And when you have 28 students, and you add just one student that joined us from the local public school system, and unfortunately, because of differences in quality of instruction, they did not score as highly as we did, as our students did, and that brought our score down. So, but either way, significant growth in 6th and 7th grade. 8th grade remained the same in proficiency. Now, looking at growth on the next slide. So here, iReady also measures growth. And you could see that in elementary from K through 5, all grade levels exceeded the minimum growth benchmark. And that line that you see across the screen that shows that every grade level exceeded that. 3rd grade did exceptionally well. And so we were quite happy with growth, which we feel is, for a growing school, it's a more accurate reflection of how we're doing. Because as you know, we're adding students as we go through the school year, we're still growing. Moving to the next slide. Middle school growth. This graph or this chart is showing you 6th grade, 7th and 8th grade. And as you can see, the first column, where you have the 6.8, the first column is the first column in each grade levels section is the fall iReady diagnostic test, and the second one is the mid-year. And in all 3 grade levels in middle school, you can see that we've moved more of the kids into the green area, which is proficiency and advanced. And so we're quite happy with that. And every grade level, our educators were able to work with the kids, and we saw significant growth academically. So this is one of those charts we're quite proud of. Next slide, please. And for the condition 4, I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Trevor Goodsell, who handles our finances.
Good morning, everyone. The fourth condition had to do with the debt to asset ratio, so I just wanted to give a kind of a brief history on the schools. We issued its bond, and I know a little bit of this was touched on in 2022, where we moved from the church to its current location. The total bond issuance was just under 14 million. It's a 7-year bond, but we do have the ability to refinance that, so we will not be before that date, and we'll explore multiple options that would be for the best for the school. Part of the issue with the debt to asset ratio has been that the first payments, principal payments begin in the next school year. So far, the first couple of years were strictly debt payments, and that was to allow the school to increase its enrollment each year and to be able to build up its payments with the size of the students that it was serving. And so, as was pointed out at the very beginning, our student enrollments have been going up each school year, so that we are following that, and we continue to grow until we hit about 475 students roughly when the school would be at capacity. The biggest challenge with the debt to asset ratio was that the principal payments don't outpace depreciation for another several years, at which point it flips significantly and the principal payments start to outpace it. But in order to meet that portion of that debt, that ratio, it's going to take some amount of time unless we are able to maybe do better than the assumptions for the debt to or for the interest rate on the next bond. But the school has paid off other debts during that process, including some capital lease structures that were used to build the school to buy all the desks and the furniture and technology that was needed. And each year we do see a decrease in our liabilities. It's just that depreciation is outpacing principal payments over those next few years. But this last school year, the school did have its best year of financial metrics. We did pass all debt covenants, including the bond. And when I met with, we have a single, it was a privately placed bond. When I met with them earlier this year, probably in the last month, he was very excited to see the increase in the metrics of all the other things for the school. Was actually just wondering when we were hoping to refinance so that he could be a part of that as well. And this slide is just showing you kind of the 7-year bond that we have, but you can see the first interest payment starting, or I'm sorry, principal payment starting in FY26. So that's just backing that up.
Thanks, Trevor. This, as Principal Mirhaj went over in his first slide, he went over all the things that the school is doing and has implemented in the last couple of years while he has been there. One of the additional things, and I just wanted to review a couple of those things. Those include the hours of intervention that they're doing in the classrooms, the iReady diagnostics and power hour using iReady, the increase in ELA instructions during the week, and the qualifications and better teachers that are hired and working with the students and the new curriculum. This last thing that we wanted to show you is that the school is contracted with a data analyst and contractor that helps the school analyze their data, pinpoint how to use their data, and know exactly what each student in the school, all 404 students right now, each teacher goes through with Raising the Bar LLC to pinpoint exactly what each student needs in intervention, in power hour, in using all of the differentiated instruction that they have implemented at the school. And we wanted to focus this presentation on the conditions that were submitted by the staff, just to show you that the school is improving, and all the data that Principal Mirhaj presented was mid-year data this year. Very, very positive looking, the proficiency, the growth in ELA and in literacy all looks very promising from the different things that the school has already implemented and will. And thank you for this opportunity to present to you. Thank you, Chairman and Commissioner.
Thank you. Questions? Commissioner?
I just have a point, or I guess a question for you. Alex Castaneda is a personal friend of mine, so I don't know if I need to refrain from moving comments.
Here.
Can I ask this question? Personal friend, do you have work relations or other type of commitments?
We do, we work chamber a lot, and we are actually personal friends enough that we're actually going on vacation together. So I just want to make sure that there's.
So kind of two areas to give you guidance, I guess, would be you're really required just to notice any conflict that you perceive, and then your personal maybe comfort is the second thought process for you to whether remove. So your comfort is based on you at least notified it, and then the second is how well you feel like we should separate yourself.
I feel like we could consider with him being a friend, but I just want to make everybody aware.
Appreciate you bringing that up. Thank you. And noting that. Okay, Commissioner?
Mr. Chairman, this is for Director Whitworth. The 4 conditions that are listed on page 150.
Yeah.
Could you elaborate just a little bit more for me? Why the first 2 seem rather similar. I'm not sure I understand what the difference is here.
Language growth and then language arts proficiency.
English, both of them. One of them is for growth and the other one is for proficiency.
Yeah, so I'll stay high, and if I need to bring the staff in, those are 2 metrics of which are on the matrices to review. And so the 2 there, ELA proficiency is approaches standard at 47%, and the ELA growth English language is at 54%. And so what the recommendations are is that those 2 matrices need to see growth in the next run. That's part of your matrix.
Okay.
Am I missing anything, Jared? Okay.
But sure, then these 4 conditions are the staff recommendation to be attached, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Other questions? Please.
You mentioned that you have a data analyst that helps you determine what what gaps and what level each student needs support. How long have you contracted with that person or with that firm?
Mr. Raker.
I think Andy Mirage, the principal, would have the answer to that.
So the contract between our school and the Raising the Bar LLC is year by year. And we've already included that part of our budget. And I just wanted to mention that they do send on site one of their specialists to come and hold a professional development session with our teachers. The other 2 are via Zoom with each of the teachers. Just wanted to put that as a footnote.
Not exactly, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Brimhurst. So how long have you been contracting with Raising the Bar LLC?
I believe since I've been at the school now, Colin, I believe they've been doing it since the beginning of the school in 2022.
Chairman and Commission, I'm not sure if they contracted in the first year, but I do know that they have been contracting with Raising the Bar since Principal Mirage has been at the school.
Please,
I apologize, maybe this was covered and I did not hear my eyes open or ears open, but under governments, there's a couple red boxes. And there's a quick explanation for that under governance compliance and operational compliance. That was just to put on the radar. There's something. You did not.
Director. Jared, can you speak to that? What happened in 2022 for governance compliance, then they met it in 23, and then
Off the top of my head, that it was like all their
the ones you're talking about, Commissioner Amador.
Yes, there's, 2022, there did not meet in governance compliance. In 2023, there's an operational compliance.
Were they short on board members or training, something like that from the governance?
something.
Yeah. Something in that category.
No big deal, just,
I understand, we can get back with you on components of it as they look for sure.
Eric?
Chairman Reed Commissioners, it appears that in 2022, the school adopting standard government compliance measure, IPCSC issued a courtesy letter on April 6th of 2022 and May 10th of 2022. The SE identified findings during the regular program learning process and issued a corrective action plan. So it was not compliance with the SE regulations.
What regulation?
Just SE.
Okay.
Education.
We don't know what that regulation was. Okay.
Any questions? We have a motion.
Yeah, I get you the motion. I guess I can motion the other day. All right, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I will make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the condition, the 4 conditions recommended by the staff for the charter renewal, as presented for Pinecrest Academy of Idaho, thereby approving the school's renewal application and renewing its charter for a 6-year operational term beginning on July 1st this year.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a second?
Second?
Okay. Any further discussion concerning the motion or the recommendation with the conditions? So this we'll check back in 2 years. We'll watch this to see how their progress is. Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, just one
Please.
comment. I'm very impressed with what you've already launched into now. So I look forward to seeing it.
Yeah, it's well done addressing the conditions and outlining. It's one of the better presentations showing us what you're gonna do. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, good luck.
Thank you, guys.
Have a wonderful day.
Okay, next we have the Doral Academy of Idaho. You wanna come forward and have a seat?
I'm staying.
You're just here.
Too.
Director?
Thank you, Chairman, and in front of you, you have a consideration of agreements to renew the charter with conditions for Doral Academy of Idaho. In 2019, Doral Academy of Idaho was approved for operations with a 5-year operating contract, and the school began operation in the fall of 2020. The current certificate term is from July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2025. Doral Academy of Idaho has met expectations in all operational measures and most financial measures for the fiscal year 24 school year, showing overall improvement compared to previous years. However, academic performance of fiscal year 2024 has either fallen into the does not meet or approaches categories resulting or representing a decline from previous years. The school's in recommendation for renewal with additions. And they do have underneath here 6 conditions from the recommendation of the staff to address. And I did that earlier, so I understand.
Thank you. Thank you.
For that, Mr. Chairman, for their presentation.
Okay, you'd introduce yourselves and proceed.
Good morning, I'm Sarah Roth. I'm on the board chair for Doral Academy. With me today is Angela Perez, my vice chair, Michael Shapiro, our principal, and obviously Colin Bringhurst with Academica, who's our vendor backend support. We're excited to talk to you about Doral, all the things that the successes and growing pains that we've faced in our first 5 years. Obviously, we opened in 2020, which was a great year to start anything, as you well know, and faced a lot of the early challenges. We had the benefit of a great lunch and breakfast program provided by the state. We had the downside, of course, of constantly monitoring COVID and how it would impact our students and our faculty, trying to keep everybody safe. And then we really kind of hit our stride, and we'll talk a little bit more about that, but first we just want to give you a short insight into Data Doral. I'm not sure if the sound is gonna work on this. We've had some technical issues with our video presentation, but. Okay, it's not all mine. All right, this is our beautiful campus in Meridian, Idaho, right off of Cherry. What I love most about our school is we have a wonderful arts integration curriculum. We have an incredibly engaged and vibrant community. Our parents, our teachers, our students are all very involved in supporting the school. You come because you like the idea of arts integration and you like uniforms for your kids. You stay because the teachers are incredible and the community feels really special and really supportive and really integrated. This is our beautiful gym with kids. This is one of our third grade teachers, Meg Montero, with her class doing physical exercises. There was some shots of our cultural celebration, our glow party. We have a lot of events throughout the year that really bring our families together and create that sense of culture and community and connection. Some of those, some of the nights I look forward to the most out of the entire year, our Farmstead night, our glow party. It's friends are made and families are connected. It's a really special thing to be a part of. So the first Doral Academy opened in the swamps of Florida in 1999 with 25 students. They have now grown since 1999 to 17 campuses over 7 states. They serve currently over 15,000 students. So the founding board of Doral Academy of Idaho saw this model and wanted to bring it to the families of Treasure Valley. So that's why they presented and had their charter approved to open when they did in 2020. The focus of Doral Academy is the approach of arts integration in education. As defined by the Kennedy Center, arts integration is when I'll leave it up there, but it's using arts both to teach the concepts and also to measure understanding. That's what makes it a more unique approach to education, the foundation of the Doral platform. The truly unique benefits of an arts integrated education, and I have seen every single one of these happening, is the option for deeper understanding. When you have to translate concepts in your brain from different modes, you have to translate science into art and then back into science again. You're creating new pathways that allow for deeper understanding. To translate something is a deeper level of analysis than to simply memorize it and repeat it back. Our engagement is huge. A lot of the arts integration educational model mimics natural behaviors at these stages of development in children. They're moving more, they're drawing more, they're engaging in a way that's very fun for them and very enjoyable for them. We use creativity. Creativity is not just artistic. Creativity is the opposite of consuming, right? The opposite of consumption. When you're creating, you are engaged in new ways. It focuses on problem solving and critical thinking. Being able to produce something and to create it is a higher level of intellectual engagement. Universal pathways. One of the things that's really special about our school, and I think about the arts integrated approach in general, is that it appeals to a wider variety of learning styles. So children coming in with natural affinities for different types of learning will all manage to thrive in an arts integrated environment. It's not one, we learn this way or you don't learn at all. It's very moldable and adaptable to different students, different learning styles, and different age categories. All right, this is a quick, very high level overview of what our school's leadership and growth over our first 5 years. As you can see, we've had a bit of turbulence in our last 3 years, a lot of changes in leadership, which leads to resets in culture and expectations. I am our 4th board chair in the last 3 years. And we've added grades every single year. We started in K through 5. Our enrollment has continued to go up. We've not yet hit we have high expectations for our enrollment and for our growth goals. We continue to grow each year, but not quite meet our lofty aspirations for enrollment. As you can see, we also have a higher than average SPED population, and we have consistently across the years. Part of that is being a young charter school. You tend to attract the people that aren't thriving in other environments. And part of that, I think, is the flexibility of our integration. Okay, another interesting thing to note. We began our school with a 5-day model, which we had for 3 years. At the end of 2023, our former principal, Julia Turley, recommended that we try a 4-day school model. And in the interest of supporting our teachers and preventing burnout, and their assertion and firm belief that they could still manage the same level of education within a 4-day school week, we determined to give it a try. It was sort of an experiment, understanding that it would only be sustained if the numbers could stay up. We have found over the last 2 years, this is our second year of a 4-day school week, we've determined that that has not been a successful experiment. We've already voted on returning to a 5-day calendar starting next year, with an additional, I think, 17 academic days added to our calendar. So we can see our numbers are going up. With the 4-day, they start to go down. And we're determined to provide more time for our teachers to train, more time for our students to be in the classroom, and not just hours in the day, but days in the year for the students to be in the room learning with their teachers. So coming next year, we are hoping for consistency. We're very fortunate to bring on Michael Shapiro this year as our principal. We have seen amazing things come from his leadership. We are in partnership between the board and the principal to grow and maintain and to create stability again after a few years of turbulence in our leadership. I'm here to stay. I believe deeply in the school. I have 3 children who attend. We're going back to the 5-day calendar model. We're adding those additional instructional days. And we're going to be doing an early release on Fridays, which allows 2 hours per week of teacher development. And we have very specific plans for how we want to spend that time on teacher development. We also lost our lunch program after the state funding for lunch and breakfast programs during COVID. When that ended, our lunch vendor withdrew. And we've had a really difficult time finding lunch vendors since then. We've had cold lunch options for students who come without or who don't have food. We're not letting anyone go hungry. However, we do not have an official school lunch program, and we have not for 2 or 3 years. We're also in the middle of negotiating busing contracts. That's not a service that we had previously offered, but we're hoping that those 2 things will support our student body and our parents who are often working, both parents working, juggling all of the things that parents have to juggle. We're hoping those 2 things will provide extra support for them and extra support for our school. All right, our charter has been approved with conditions. 5 of those conditions are academic. 1 is the debt to asset ratio. Surprising no one. So first I'll speak to our academic conditions because they're all growth and proficiency, both in math, ELA, and literacy. So we're bundling all those together because we're attacking them all the same way. These are the steps that we have already taken this year under Principal Shapiro's leadership to address academics right away. We also work with Raising the Bar. They provide us with really good insights into our data that we find useful for helping teachers. We've really dialed in our training on Idaho standards for our teachers. A lot of them we found, particularly under Michael's leadership, we have found that a lot of our teachers were not as educated on Idaho standards as we needed them to be. So we've been including that. We also found some gaps in the curriculum. When we brought over this beautiful arts integrated curriculum from Nevada schools, we have come to find that, of course, it was geared towards Nevada testing, and there were some pieces missing for Idaho testing. So we've already identified those gaps and supplemented curriculum to fill those gaps. We've added, our paraprofessionals. We've added our 2 new paraprofessionals are specifically trained in reading intervention, not just parents who have extra time on their hands. We're training our intervention specialists to spend more time. We're dividing our intervention groups up by ability so that their time can be more focused and more specialized and more individualized for the needs of that group. Yep, okay. You can read it. Next. Okay, debt to asset ratio. We are in an old building, which was originally a church, which was for a short period of time, the original Compass Charter School location. We are now in that location, and we bought the building, and that obviously has led to our debt to asset ratio. So Trevor can speak to it more specifically, but it's a similar thing where we've been paying on interest up until now. Starting this year, however, at the end of this fiscal year, we plan on making future payments that will go towards the principal. So from now forward, we're planning on seeing that debt to asset ratio improve every year, continually going forward. You can see the bond payments on the next two slides. If you have specific questions about those, Trevor can speak to them. Anything else? There we go. All right. We have devoted countless hours to this school. We believe deeply that it is an asset to both our students and our families and to the Treasure Valley. We believe it's a benefit now to the group, to our community now, and will be for many years in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, commissioners? Commissioner Everard?
Yeah. Chairman, and who wants to answer, but I think you mentioned kind of a drive for growth and getting more students, and correct me if I'm wrong, and I wasn't sure, it looks like you have grown. I'm just wondering, sometimes would it be better to pause and say, we need to catch our breath, and especially if there's issues that you're trying to catch up on and academically and the assets and all those sorts of things, if it would be better to say, hey, we'll take a pause and do what we're really good at right now. So I'm just curious if why at least I thought I perceived the statement of we want to grow.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Oh, okay. Our concern, I would say early in our years, our biggest concern was enrollment for the sake of finances. We've been close to the line with, we bought an old building, we've got a lot of expenses going. We have a very, like I said, very high sped population, which requires extra services, which is high cost. And getting our enrollment up high enough to support the finances required to run the school was one of our primary concerns of the governance board. So enrollment really equates to finances, and that was one of our primary concerns at the time. I would also say at the time, I joined the board in 2023, and prior to that, our board was there to cheerlead and maybe not necessarily to ask deeper questions. So the reports that they were getting on academics were very favorable, very rosy, and we have asked more critical questions and I think found more opportunities for improvement and growth in the very recent years. And I think in that time, our focus has shifted from growth to our primary responsibility, which is to educate. So I think our new focus is on education and meeting the basic standards and growing within the arts integration model. And I think when we do that, the growth will come. But that's a philosophy that's a little bit newer in our governance.
Thank you, Tara. Just a question for you. Maybe this is a personal privilege of getting to sit on with this group here, but being a part of the entire educational system and hearing maybe some of the concerns of the teacher prep programs. You made a comment about the educators maybe not meeting Idaho requirements or standards. Can you give me some context and maybe some ideas of why that is not happening, and from your perspective, and what might help us to maybe better correct that so that skilled available staff are available to you.
As you know, when you have a new school, you're hiring a lot, you have to hire an entire staff. And the people looking for jobs are often fresh out of school. And so, especially in our early years, a lot of people we were hiring were brand new, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, early 20-year-old teachers in a classroom for the first time. And when the rubber met the road, I think I have not seen, they're using their education to try to manage the classroom and teach the kids something and use strategies that are gonna engage with the kids. But I think they often lost sight of, this is what's being measured. This is what we're gonna be tested, what our students are gonna be tested on, which is what we're gonna be held accountable for. I think they lost sight of that. I don't know if that has to do with the specific education. Or I think Shapiro, sorry, I believe you could probably answer this a little bit even more specifically and accurately than I can.
Yeah, so I think coming on, what I came to know is that a lot of our teachers had a sequence of the way that they would teach their curriculum, but they didn't know directly, why was I teaching that lesson? What standard did it tie to? What are my essential standards that I need to teach by the end of the year? Where should they be going into that next grade level? Instead, it was, this is the curriculum I've always followed. And so I think through deeper discussions, weekly PLCs with them, printing out the essential standard quick guides that the State Department provides freely for them, having them go through, highlight, and tie directly to the curriculum they're teaching, they were able to realize, oh, this whole unit of this math book that we teach actually doesn't touch any of our essential standards. So why are we spending so much time on this unit? And so I don't know how much standards discussion is going on at the prep level, but at least for my teachers, I realized really quickly there's a huge deficit.
That answers your question a lot. So we're debating this a lot at the state board overall, to make sure we're understanding what we're doing to ensure that schools have staff and availability to be successful. So any suggestions are always welcome. So thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
I appreciate that. So, Ms. Ross, tell me, for a board chair, you really know what's going on. Help me understand why that is.
I've spent hundreds and hundreds of hours at the school. I have 3 children who attend there. I started out my first year an executive PTSO for 2 years. I spent an entire year substituting. When my youngest started kindergarten, I had the time available. So I was in the classrooms probably 4 days a week, and I taught in every single classroom in every single grade level over the course of the year. And so between the parents, and then I started attending board meetings in person for 6 months at least before I actually joined the board. So I attended every single board meeting for probably the last, I think I've missed 1 board meeting in the last 3 years.
Well, not a criticism, it was.
No, just, yeah.
It was impressive.
Thank you. Turns out the more time you spend on campus, the more you figure out what's going on.
Right, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
How does your teacher compensation compare with your comparison district?
Yeah, Ms. Ross.
Our teacher we're right on par with West Ada. We're not particularly higher or lower. We follow the standards that are set. There's different levels. And when they've met the standards for the level, we move up to the next. It's on par with our local district.
No, thank you, Chairman. It's really for the principal. With the trend going down in proficiency for the children. Two-part question. A, who's taking a hard look at what they're teaching? Is it you? Is it somebody else? And the second part of that is there any instructional coaches, or has the school reached out to the State Department for assistance in this direction? To me, it's a downward turn, and that alarms me, frankly. Just frankly, it alarms me. So.
Mr. Shapiro?
To answer your question, I've been doing a lot of the instructional coaching this year. In the past, I believe they did have an instructional coach. But what I've found when I've gone into the classrooms is, again, that misunderstanding of the standards, misunderstanding of what high quality instruction looks like. I have weekly meetings with all the teachers where we pull out their lesson plans, we pull out the data that they're using to support. We just had them do the SICA, the shortened ISAT, as of this week. This morning, I didn't have all the results in, but we're at 57% in ELA, which is a 10% increase over last year. In math, as of this morning, with half the results in, we're at 55% proficiency. That's up from 35% on the ISAT last year. So I do believe there will be a trend up, and we will be looking at the curriculum as well as it was adopted from the Nevada schools. But I've been doing a lot of coaching, and I don't think that has happened in the past from my discussions with teachers.
If I may make a suggestion, if I could. This is to the question the director asked you. It would be helpful to the board, state board, if you could get the schools that your teachers have come from and then pass that information on to the board to see if we have a problem or many problems. But that would be very helpful to the board. And I can, there was a time when my hair used to be your color, where I was a principal, and the principal isn't sticking his nose in the classroom every day. You don't know what's going on and you don't catch the mistakes. So I commend you on that.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Commissioner?
Just a question. Are you the previous school and you also contract with Raising the Bar LLC? Is that correct?
Yes, Pinecrest and Doral, we both contract with Raising the Bar. We started, I think, around our second year with getting reports from them.
So I just did not see that Raising the Bar as being very helpful for anybody.
They provide the data, and it's up to the administrators to use it the right way. I think we finally found an administrator that's using it the right way. Raising the Bar is a recommendation that comes from our back-end vendor, Academica. So for me, it's really a question of whether or not the administrator finds the data that they provide helpful. Yeah. Good question.
Yeah, just to kind of add to that, I think for what I found is I find the spreadsheets helpful. At my two previous charter schools I worked at, I was the one creating the spreadsheets. They were both some of the high performing schools in the state. And so I find that the fact that they gather the data helpful for me. But I think if you truly just rely on this chart, you show a teacher, you went up 15% this past month, they're not going to know what they've done differently. But if you can take them through those students and talk to them and ask them what standards have they mastered, where this is the gap in the curriculum that is shown on the spreadsheet, this is the unit that they need to be taught. I think the data can be helpful. So I strictly use it as a team of people to gather the data for me and perform those spreadsheets so that I can take a deeper dive in it with the teachers.
What school did you come from?
I was at North Star last year, and then I was at Falcon Ridge the 2 years prior.
Other questions? Please.
Yeah, we're ready for a motion.
Motion made.
I move that we approve the consent agreement for conditional charter renewal as presented for Doral Academy of Idaho, thereby approving the school renewal application and renewing its charter for 6 years to include the 6 conditions effective July 1st.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Further discussion? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Look at that list.
I'm sorry.
You asked for a list of where our teachers had attended school. I wondered where you'd like that list sent.
Drawing directly. Because, Jay Whitworth at edu.idaho.gov.
Right.
Okay, next on our list is Meta Community School. Here coming up, welcome. Start this course.
Thank you, Chairman. In front of you is consideration of agreements to renew charter with conditions for Mountain Community School. In 2019, Mountain Community School was approved for the operations with a 5-year operating contract. The school began operations in the fall of 22. Current certificate term is from July 1, 2020 to June 30th, 2025. Mountain Community School has met expectations in both the operational and financial categories for fiscal year 2024. However, the school did not meet expectations in 4 out of 5 academic categories. The school is recommended for renewal with conditions. I will note, Mr. Chairman, that as the staff has been working through these and working on how they evaluate the metrics, they have identified that there could be alternative comparison entities available that if so, the commission could have the staff look to better compare that. And I think as we battle of looking at schools and making sure that we're properly measuring them, sometimes it's also identifying who we should be comparing against. And so we can speak to that a little bit after the group if you would like.
Okay, thank you. If you go ahead and introduce yourselves and please proceed.
Hello, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Jenny Shawn. I'm the head of school and co-founder for Mountain Community School, and honored to be here to tell you about our journey and our story.
I'm Matt Buell. I work for Mountain Community School as a business manager for Red Apple Management.
We also have online several of our board members, so board president pop in and pop out. So today, I'm going to tell you guys a little bit about our history and then where we're at today and our plans moving forward. You can actually go to the next slide too. Thank you. So as stated previously, we were approved in 2020. However, we did not open until 2022, which is pertinent to know that this is our 3rd year of operation. So the analogy was given to me that it's much like a plane going into flight, right? We're just now leaving the runway, whereas you've heard some excellent schools earlier today that are maybe already in flight and at cruising altitude. We're getting there. Hopefully, if we were at the 5-year mark, we would be at that cruising altitude. But as this is our 3rd year, so really 2.5 years in, we're still really learning. So we did open at Tamarack Resort. We're at the base of the resort, so we do look up at the ski mountain every day, and we have grades K through 8. And we have combo classes, which I know is a little bit unusual. We are very rural and very small. So we have a K1 class, a 2-3 class, a 4-5 class, and then our middle school is 1, with current enrollment at 72. So the goals that we set out in our charter fall into the following categories of engagement, academic outcomes, community impact, climate and social emotional learning, and personalized learning. And that's the framework to which I will address where we're at today and what we hope to move forward to in the future. A huge area of strength for us is a foundation of our charter and our model. We are a place-based, project-based school, and what that basically means is that we approach a lot of our learning through our community projects and our personal projects. So our community projects are an interdisciplinary approach to students tackling a problem. So for example, this fall we had quite a few wildfires in our area. In fact, we were evacuated for a couple of days due to wildfires. And so our 2nd and 3rd grader students wanted to learn more about what's fire's role in our ecosystem. So they worked with local firefighters, they looked at the history of fire in the area, and then at the end presented an adorable play Unfire's role in our ecosystem. Our personal projects are kind of more like a genius hour type approach, or your electives where students get to self-select what they want to study. And so the picture there is a young man that is sharing what he's learned from his personal projects. Our students present out twice a year. So a huge strength for us is that we inspire our students to be engaged in our community and to have an impact on our community by working on solving problems and helping to move things forward. Other areas of strengths that we have monthly leave to learns, which is our phrase for field trips, since field trips are often a one-off learning opportunity that's not always related to the academics of the classroom, whereas our leave to learns are more intentional. So on a regular basis, we have our students going to community entities or experts to learn about something related to the projects they're working on, as well as experts coming to our classroom to help our students with enriching their learning. All of our students participate in community projects and personal projects. We have a heavy emphasis on our social emotional learning and our character building, which we do through our profile of a graduate. I'll come back to that one in a second. And an area of strength for us this year is we finally formed a strong parent-teacher. Instead of a PTO or PTA, they decided to call themselves parent-teacher community, going along the lines with our theme of community. And we have a committed group of parents that have been planning all sorts of fun events for our families and our students on a regular basis, including a chili cook-off tomorrow night in Yawling. And one huge area of strength for us this year in particular is our staff. It is no small work to find teachers that fit unique models for school, but especially in a rural area, and especially in an area that is not affordable to move into if you don't already live there. We have finally found an amazing team. We have an incredible group of teachers that are committed to our model and to our students. We're definitely seeing the benefit of that on a regular basis. So as I mentioned, this is our profile of a graduate. These are the characteristics that we hope students have mastered by the time they leave us at the end of 8th grade. So embedded in the trunk there, it's a little hard to see, is the essential standards. But the brown wording at the bottom is that foundation where we want students to develop perseverance and self-awareness before they move through the other characteristics of being critical thinkers, problem solvers, active citizens, respectful collaborators, and effective communicators. These are all elements that are strongly embedded in their projects and why we have a heavy emphasis on problem solving and then them sharing out, communicating the results from their projects. This next slide shows the family perceptions of how our social emotional learning strategies are going at the school. As we know, students sometimes bring home a different picture or account of their day to their parents, because they often share what happened on the playground or on the bus and maybe skip over to the academic part. So what parents are perceiving is very important to us to understand the picture of how our teachers are communicating to the parents and then what's coming home from the students. And from last school year to this year, we can see a big improvement in how parents are perceiving that social emotional component. So again, in those green checkbox, we feel very strong, and we've had a lot of success in our engagement, our community impact, climate and social emotional learning, and our personalized learning. So obviously that means the academics, as we know, these are areas we need to work on. A little bit more about where we're at today. As I mentioned, we have a super strong staff. We had quite a bit of a turnover in the first couple of years, but we've now found ourselves a fantastic team. We have really focused on reading this year. We've completely revamped our approach to our reading. We scheduled our day, and we have been part of the Smart 2.0 with the State Department as far as providing reading training and professional development and resources on the regular. And then a huge thing for us this year has been the increased charter support program, which I was presenting later today. It has been an absolute blessing for us in every aspect of what we're doing. I am new in my role as head of school, and it came to me early in the fall, this opportunity, and it was absolutely a perfect timing because there has been so many fantastic resources that I've been made aware of, that were always there and I just didn't know, and then new resources that were brought to us. As well as I've had a fantastic mentor that Anthony Haskell, who presented earlier, has just been critical in helping us grow and just know all of the awesome opportunities that are there with the State Department. So utilizing our resources has really just been something we've greatly focused on this year as well. So as I mentioned, With reading, another thing that we did different this year is we hired a Title I reading teacher. She's also now our special ed teacher, doubling our weekly ELA time. Smart 2.0, which was previously cultivating readers, which we were also part of, has provided phenomenal professional development for our teachers and guidance in our phonics instruction and reading instruction. With increased charter support, we were also able to purchase additional reading materials, including phonics for reading, and morphine magic integrity materials, as well as additional math materials to supplement the curriculum that we already have, and provide further training for us as well. And so we're starting to see that growth really happen for us. On the next slide, thank you. So these bright colors, the green is obviously the good. This is where we want students to be at or above grade level. I will say, I know that 8th grade maybe looks a little alarming. We do have less than 5 students in 8th grade at their smaller class. And so that's a little bit to explain why that has the solid yellow. But we see a lot of growth happening across all of our grades, and a lot of students that are really performing well in our reading. And to dig into it a little bit deeper, you want to go to the next slide? Thank you. So this is our score, excuse me, over our last 3 years of operation, each color denoting a different school year. Obviously, last year is deplorable. We never want to see students lose ground from the fall to spring. I can't emphasize enough how much we've learned from that year and how different things are this year on all levels. But as you can see with the green bars there on the far right, that is from a January testing. So we're already seeing quite a bit of growth from fall, but also greatly exceeding where we were in the last 2 years, which is very exciting, and reinforcing that we're on the right path with our reading program this year. I know Anthony mentioned it as well as others that have presented to you. There's so much to learn in those first couple of years of what really works for students, and we can have all these great ideas and notions when we open a charter school, but you just don't know until you start doing the work. And we're finally at the point where we're realizing what is working well for our students and what we need to keep adjusting. The next slide gets a little bit more granular at that iStation or IRI data. The purpose of this slide is just to show the movement between the tiers. Sometimes there's growth within a tier, but then sometimes students are also fluctuating throughout. You do notice that there's a big jump in the number of students there for January. That's because we purchased with increased charter support licensing for iStation so we could test our middle school students too, to have a similar platform. So that's why on the next slide, I get a little more just focus in on before we had that middle school jump in there. And you can see that the red percentages are decreasing month to month. There is a little bit of growth in the yellow as students are moving from that red to the yellow before hopefully then getting to the green and becoming proficient in reading. And the next slide here has our ISATs. From our first 2 years. Again, we only have 2 years of data for our ISATs to show. Although we are not meeting our expectations for our math and our reading proficiency and growth, there is still some growth that's happening. Obviously, we have lots of room to grow, but I did wanted to provide an accurate picture too of where we've been. So specifically for math, go to the next slide. Thank you. We have, again, purchased supplemental materials. We did start this year out really focusing on reading, and we're now starting to really shift our focus to math. We're partnering with Jenny McTravers, Regional Math Center, and getting training with Imagine Math, which has been a great asset that we just implemented a month ago with our students, and then using the data that we're starting to come from that. And we're trying to also add a greater focus of math into our community project time. Sometimes it lends itself more naturally, and sometimes we've got to work a little bit more at it, but making sure that we're incorporating that intentional math in all aspects of our day, not just during math time. Our current testing mechanism that we're using for math is Easy CDM. I don't know if it's the most accurate picture of how students will really perform on their ISATs, because it obviously paints a very lovely picture that most of our students are performing at or above grade level. We're actually looking, I have a meeting tomorrow morning with iReady to learn more about their testing services to see if we can find something that's a little more accurate to how students perform on the ISATs. So our next steps moving forward is obviously continuing to evaluate and reevaluate our reading and our math program to make sure that we are meeting our students' needs and also seeing that growth and proficiency growth from year to year. We're continuing to market our school. We are already in a rural area, but we're in a remote rural area as well. We just sent out every direct door mailers to everyone in the area to inform them about our school. Our enrollment period actually closes tomorrow with our lottery next week. Our projection right now, so as I mentioned earlier, we have 72 students. Our projection puts us at about mid-80s. We have almost all of our students are returning for next year, with the exception of 2 that are moving back to Norway. We only keep the year, so we knew we were going to move them. And so I feel like that's a good testimony of where we're at in school, that all of our families are planning on coming back, and we also have siblings that are coming in, some of the students that are there, and our kindergarten is already on wait list. So we're seeing a lot of exciting things happen with our enrollment. One thing that we are looking at is potentially new facility options. Being in the base of Tamarack Resort is gorgeous, and it's great for opportunities like we, every Wednesday afternoon, we take our kids skiing, part of our PE time. In fact, we've got Idaho PTD coming out next week to interview our students and see our students skiing. But it does make it very inaccessible for a lot of families. And so we're hoping to move to a more centrally located area in Valley County to be able to meet the needs of more families in our area. So the last couple slides, it's probably too tiny to read from my I apologize, are some quotes from our students, and then I said from our parents. A lot of our students, when you ask them what the best part about our schools, they often start with ski day, but that they love the projects that they're working on, they love being outside, they have a strong connection with their teachers. On the next slide, the comments from parents that there used to be battles to get their kids to go to school, and those battles aren't happening anymore. And they're seeing an increase in confidence in their students as they're getting used to presenting and working on these projects. And there's, even though we are small, we have a dedicated group of families that love what we're doing and are passionate about our school model. And I really appreciate you all listening to our story. I know, I'm sure you have questions for us, but I just want to say thank you so much for everything that you guys do, and for the opportunity to have our charter reviewed.
Thank you. Questions? Please.
Sure. I think you are a classic example of the challenges of charter schools in small rural communities. Especially from the academics, since your sample size is so small, you have a handful of kids who don't do well. I agree with Director Whitworth. It begins to impact your numbers. Also, you have a family of 5 kids move out of town and your enrollment drops 10%. I don't know what the solution is, and I don't know how we need to gauge the academic side and the enrollment side when we're looking at these small rural charters. But I think there has to be some kind of adjustment from the commission standpoint. Just a couple.
Yeah, that's a good point. Because when you look at the percentages on proficiency and growth side, they're not far from the other schools, but yet they're all red because of the situation.
Yeah.
And it does create how you balance that. Other questions? Please, Commissioner.
Thank you. Do very quickly, how many teachers, actual teachers do you have?
We have 4 classroom teachers, and then we have our Title I SPED teacher.
Yeah, you have no choice but to combine classes.
Right.
Yeah,
We hope to combine one day.
Okay, other questions? Concerns? We have a motion?
Of course we do.
I'm sorry, I keep looking at you.
Pretty soon. Here, I'm passing this one on.
Please do it.
Let me find where I need to be. 3 points.
You're gonna discover this page.
He's a quick learner.
Let's not get that. Make a motion to approve the consent agreement for conditional charter renewal as presented for the Mountain Community School, thereby approving the school's renewal application and renewing its charter for a 6-year period. Now I've lost track of where I'm. Commissioning, are we doing the top?
Yes.
Yeah, top one. All right, for a 6-year period, operational term starting July 1, 2025.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, well, good luck. I mean, the rural school is, I think, really important to a community. So,
I think so too.
yeah, so good luck in what you're doing. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna put a burden on that question of being able to expand into rural communities. Your success is going to be watched. And if we're going to be able to grow more charter schools in small, and I know McCall is somewhat unique, it's kind of like looking at Haley and Ketchum.
Yeah.
But your success is critical to be able to give other communities this opportunity. So just stick that in the back of your mind.
No pressure. That's a good point. Thank you. Okay. Hayden Canyon Charter. Director?
All right, thank you, sir. We have in front of you the consideration of agreements to renew a charter with conditions for Hayden Canyon Charter. A little background is Hayden Canyon Charter was approved for operations with a 5-year contract. The school began operations in 2020, and the current certificate is through from July 1, 2020 through June 30th, 2025. Hayden Charter School has met all of the operation measures and 3 out of the 6 financial measures for the fiscal year 24 school year. The school did not meet any of the academic measures in the fiscal 24 school year, and the school is recommended with renewal with conditions, and they have a total of 6 conditions in front of them. And again, this was another one identified by the staff as potential for review of the comparison school, how we look at this school as well.
Okay, thank you. Please.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman and Director, Commissioners. Thank you for inviting us here today. We're excited to talk to you. I have some board members. Alex Toll is our board chair. He'd like to speak first. And
would you introduce yourself so we get it on?
Bill Rutherford, and I'm the charter director and also the principal. This is our financial.
I'll reintroduce myself. Matthew Lovell again, business manager.
Thank you. So Alex Toll is our board chair, and he'll speak first.
As stated, my name is Alex Toll. I am the board chair of Hayden Charter up here in Hayden, Idaho. Served on the board for just shy of 4 years now. Just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity to address the commission today to strive for excellence while offering a high level of education to our constituents up here. With me is Josh Dahlstrom, asked to join us today. He is one of our founder members here from minus day one, and he's also serving currently as a board to the school board. And with his history, he's going to go ahead and tell where the school started, and then we'll turn it back over to our service where we're at today.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
We're gonna,
as Mr. Toll expressed, me, Joshua Dahlstrom, founder of Hayden.
Just a second, Josh. Your connection's really glitchy.
What's that? Sorry.
Your connection's glitchy, so we're having a hard time hearing you.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, try again.
Well, let me see if I can fix that really quick here.
The chairman's okay with it.
Hear me better now?
Yeah. If the chairman's okay with it, it might be good for you to turn off video if you have a connection issue.
Did you catch that, Josh? Can you turn off your video? So
Okay.
There you go. Turn yourself off.
Yes, I'm also going to.
The person you see on the screen is Nathan Wright. He was our board chair up until a month ago. Had our degree in nominated officers. He's still on our board, but he's our vice chair now.
Maybe you can get them on the phone and see. Are they coming back on, Jerry?
They're still on.
We are back on. Hopefully this will adjust our audio quality.
Yeah, it's better.
Hey, go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay, thank you. I'm currently the advisor to the school and the board director. Support continuity of vision, community advocacy, and
Josh, it's still glitchy, so I'll go ahead with my part of the presentation, and I'll say all the charming things you were going to say about the school. So if we go to the next slide, you'll see our mission, inspiring passion, inspiring lifelong learning, utilizing hands-on discovery, creating real world application to collaborate our partnerships with the community. It's really important to us to get our kids outside. Our kids are outside learners. Our kids hike every day. They go on lots of field work where we learn through project-based learning. So I'll start with lots of celebrations. And as you see on the far right, our school has grown tremendously in just the last 4 years. This year we expect it's still growing. Our lottery is next week when we start calling families, and those families tend to want to come join us right away. That's happened in our last 3 years. So we've grown from where we started our school year to another 40 or 50, sometimes 70 students last year between now and spring break. So right now we're around 560 students, starting at around 300 on our first year. We added a new addition to our building in 2023, and that addition doubled the size of our building. In the past, our kids would eat lunch inside their classrooms. All of our events would be outside because we had no inside space to have plays or those type of things. Now we do. We have a music room that's beautiful, STEM lab. We have a performance stage, and we have a kitchen, which is a big change for us. We also we haven't purchased yet because they're still building our buses, but we realize how important it is to have a route. Right now, all of our kids are brought to school by their parents, and that causes lots of congestion in our city. It also limits the amount of people that come to our school. We'd like to open that up and offer it to people who don't have transportation and can't get to our school. We'd like to have that opportunity for kids also. So the buses will arrive this summer, between the summer and November, and then we'll start having routes in the morning and in the afternoons. I've written a ton of grants. That's how we fund a lot of our field work. And so in the last couple of years, it's been up to $210,000 that we've written grants for. We have a playground, which we didn't have before, but we got that through a grant from the state. And the playground was designed by our fourth grade students. Students are outside every single day. That's really important to us, and hiking is important. Kids love to hike, and kids love to be outside. Weather isn't The only time we stay inside is if the single digits, and otherwise we're outside in the rain, snow, and sleet, just like mailmen. A big thing, I'm recognizing that our conditions, we'll talk about that in a minute, but we would put those conditions on ourselves. We started working on those conditions and saw that they were a deficit for us a couple years ago. I started at Ada Canyon Charter 2.5 years ago as the administrator, and that was one of the things that we had to resolve. That's been this past year. Every one of the conditions that are placed on us now are conditions that the board has placed on me last year as my goals to change. So realizing that, we aligned our curriculum. We met with all the teachers a year and a half ago and sat down and looked at all of our data and just had a conversation about what's not working. And through that conversation, we started to pilot curriculum. We are standards-based, so it's really important to meet the standards more than it is to work through a curriculum. So our students and our teachers they understand the standards. They teach to the standards, and every project that we do has our standards listed on them. So we're accomplishing the standards in ELA, math, social science, and STEM situations also. So we aligned our curriculum last year. We piloted everything last year, and this year we have a curriculum that's aligned to all the grade levels, which is the first time that's happened since the school's inception. In the past, each teacher was like an independent contractor. They decided what to teach, and as a child in second grade would get a totally different education in one grade, then they went in another second grade classroom. That was one of the blaring deficits our school had when I arrived, and we realized that's something that really changed. We've seen tremendous growth this year already. We're from where we ended last year for our ISATs and our IRIs, we already see 10% growth, which we assess constantly to see how our students are doing. So that aligned curriculum is working right now. We're going to reevaluate curriculum at the end of this year to make sure it is working. If it's not, we'll have another conversation. This is the big one. We know that students learn when they're there, and our turnover from students and staff has been tremendous. We made substantial changes to make that different. From the first year I was there, when I walked in the door, I had 5 empty classrooms. I had no applicants, and our turnover was 57% of our staff, or almost half. Our retention was 57%, so almost half of our staff quit the year before I got there, and that happened for the first 3 years. This past year, our retention is 91%. We lost one staff member because she fell in love with somebody in New Mexico. We lost another staff member because she had a family emergency she had to leave for, and another one bought a farm. And so none of them left because they were dissatisfied with the work that they were doing in our school. Our staff now is passionate about the work that they're doing, and we've made substantial changes there. We opened a new cafeteria. This is a big deal. Having food service inside of a charter school is a big deal. And right now our revenue is about $12,000 a month, which is right where we wanted it to be. We didn't expect it to be there for our first year. We expected it to be more we're learning and trying to understand how food service works. We didn't expect to have the sales that we did, but we did. And the needs there, and the parents are extremely happy. Our kids took 74 expeditions this year, this past school year, and we're going to eclipse that this year. Our kids are, like I said, outside constantly. This is a big deal. We also, as other schools said, our special ed population, it mirrors our population, special education students in our districts around us. So we're right at 11% of our students with disabilities. We've contracted those services in the past. This year we were able to hire all those people internally, and they're now our employees. Our students get consistent IEP goals met, and it's changed the way we can teach our students. We've also, Matt shared with us, as we meet once a week with our financial team, and we go over what's working, what's not. He shared with us that our contracted custodial services are costing us a ton of money to clean a building. Having a clean building is important, so we hired our own staff, which was a big celebration for us. Now we're receiving that money. We restructured our office personnel, realized that it's nice to have lots of people working in the office, but
not fiscally responsible. And so we made some sizable changes, and I've taken on a lot of that load, and so is our registrar. And then we meet and talk about budget all the time. We bring a new budget to our board every month. And if things are in line, the board says thank you. If not, we readjust. And if we change the budget to reflect that 7% net revenue at the end of each year. Next slide, please. Here's our conditions, which you know about. So we move on to how we tackle those this year. Next slide, please. So increased enrollment is really important. And we are, as I said, after this week, we'll be offering seats and get to our capacity of 620 students, we expect. We have a sizable marketing campaign and we are changing our reputation. I'll kind of go through what that means. We've accepted, enrollment was so important and getting numbers was so important that we went through a lot of processes to retain students, and at the detriment of students who really had a passion to be in our school. And those students, now, if a student disrupts another person's learning and it's impossible for other kids to learn, we have different conversations with students. And those conversations are really focused on, is this the right place for you? And if they're not, we put tons of resources we have a counselor, we have a behavior interventionist, and we put tons of resources to keep kids in our school. But if it's not the right fit, we let them know a lot sooner than we ever have in the past. That's really, and it's really changed the perspective of how nurturing and caring our school is. People are there and feel more safe now. Students who are highly disruptive don't interfere with the students who just have a passion to be there. So that's changed dramatically. Cost reduction, as I said, we look every week, we go through and we eliminate redundant expenses, and we've increased enrollment and we're reducing our salary and benefited employees, which again, every teacher costs a lot of money. Every staff member costs a lot of money. Sadly, we reduced our classified staff to half-time. We love our classified staff. They're people they're our engine, right? They're the motor that keeps us running. And they're still there. So last year, at the end of the year, I reduced them all to half-time, unbenefited, and they all stayed because they have kids in our school and they have a passion to be there. Increase our revenue sources. You can see what that means. And living within our means is a big deal. We pay attention to that number every week now. Our academic conditions. Retaining staff is essential. If our kids need the same people in front of them with the same understanding and the same professional development, they need to stay. And so our insight of the kids are learning consistently from the same people that they or brothers and sisters learned from years before. Talk about the curriculum alignment. We also joined Cultivating Readers, and so lots of conversations around Cultivating Readers was the aligned curriculum and also the teacher systems of support. How do we deal with students who need additional interventions? We meet weekly about every kid in our school. So we have win time, intervention time for every kid in our school, 30 minutes every day. Win time is what I need. So it's specific interventions based on multi-tier systems of support about how the kids are learning, what they need, and where the holes in their learning are. And we pinpoint those strengths, push in those half-time classified staff to fill those holes. Lots of professional development. We're 4-day-a-week school. So on Fridays, we do professional development around project-based learning and also focused on English, ELA, and math. And then we got to keep kids in our school. Kids and staff. If we retain our kids, they're going to score well. They're going to do well. They're going to talk to other kids who want to come to our school. We need to retain our students. So we're doing lots of things to make that. We accept these conditions. We have a strategic plan in place for our students to be high achieving and for schools to maintain financial security. Okay. Questions, commissioners?
Please, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Did I hear you say you had a waiting list? You have a waiting list?
We do.
What is the size of that?
Right, we'll know next week. Right now, it's around 146 kids.
So you have 560, what's your total capacity?
Our total capacity is 668. So that's if every classroom is filled with every teacher. Right now, we have enough teachers and enough classroom space to be at capacity. So our classroom size is around 22 kids a class. Okay,
thank you.
Anyone?
Mr. Chairman, if at your pleasure, I would move we approve the consent agreement for the conditional charter renewal as presented for the Hayden Canyon Charter School, thereby approving the school's renewal application and renew its charter for a 6-year period that includes 6 conditions beginning on July 1st of this year.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. The rest of your day. Thanks for coming. You're welcome. I think commissioners, in light of the conditions that we have with these 4 schools, I guess at that point, we just need to have a process so we can continue to receive the update reports back. I really like to see our conditions to be serious. We've kind of had a problem with that.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, Josh, is most of those say 2 years, so is that the reporting period that you think you're going to establish is to bring back the conditions, status of those conditions in 2 years from now?
The line in there, yes, to answer your chairman and Mr. Commissioner, and that's meet it in a 2-year consecutive mark is the measure of meeting that condition. So yes, we can see in 2 years. Looking for a nod, yes.
And does could we have a report in a year to get an update? Is that?
Well, yeah, I don't know. I guess that's what I'm trying to get at. Should we expect just to see it in 2 years? Is there an interim report, how they're progressing toward that 2-year commitment that they made to meet those conditions?
If I can speak a little bit to that, Chairman, I actually think, yes, we should probably, as we look at those standard operating procedures, looking at measures that maybe aren't a burden to report on, but definitely something that gives progress, but historically.
Chairman and Commissioners, that is correct. In 2 years, the conditions will need to be met or else I'll have to come before you. But similar to what Blackwood Charter did this year, the commission can invite any school to come up and then we want to discuss their forums.
Maybe we can take that back and look at a process that might help you see that, if that's a charge that you guys have for us.
Thank you. Okay. Is everybody okay? Keep going?
Yeah.
All right. Consideration of amendment performance certificate. This is for North Star Public Charter School and Rolling Hills Public Charter School.
Yeah, the agenda says 1 o'clock, so I just want to make sure.
So maybe we need to.
Probably should start putting it at the bottom. Everyone has a problem.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe we should wait. Is that your direction?
I would wait, I think one of these, something that you're not gonna vote on. Maybe you go ahead.
You will give your update, sure. So then that would give time for us to maybe make sure we're closer to the 1
And
p.m.
one of the things too is people, this is being recorded. we jump ahead, that's okay, but when we're being recorded, I'd probably say, I still even wait, need to wait for the legislative vote review until later, but people can still listen to that basically.
Okay, so we okay with the legislative? Okay. Right. It's good to have you back.
But this job.
I have a wide collection of name tags at this point with many different colors. So Commissioners, Matthew Reiber with the State Board of Education. We're gonna need Josh Whitworth. Good to see you all again in a little bit different capacity. I've seen a couple of you this year already with your appointments in the Senate and everything like that. So Josh asked me to give a brief legislative update for everyone here, just kind of a pulse check on what's happening in the legislature, how it's going. So I'm happy to answer any questions on specific bills or anything like that. I probably won't get that far into the weeds. I'll just give an overarching update. So in terms of the commission, commission specifically, pretty smooth sailing. There's not a whole lot happening charter wise. The two biggest things on my mind right now, charter bills, there's one Senate Bill 1067. So if you remember from our charter statute, the conversion of a public school to a charter school. So right now, statute currently states that no whole public school district can change or convert into a charter school. So that piece of legislation would be changing that. So theoretically, a entire public school district could convert into a charter school district. So they're working through, there's technical aspects to that. I think the legislature is all working through. That's currently on the Senate floor. It's a Senate bill, so it still has to go through the whole House. The other, I think, significant charter bill, the number is escaping me, it's a House bill, but that would be increasing the facility costs reimbursement for charter schools from $400 to $500. So charter schools get a flat rate amount per student for facilities. Right now in code, it's specified explicitly at $400, moving that to $500. So that one's still on the House side. Not sure how that one's going to do through the process and move through the legislature. But those are really kind of the two biggest things I think right now affecting charter schools specifically. In the larger education sphere, there's a couple of big bills. I don't know if anyone saw the news from this morning. Governor Little just signed House Bill 93. Which was one of the school choice bills going through the legislature. So that's and larger grand scheme of education, a pretty big bill. The education budgets are moving through. There's a handful of funding formula bills as well moving through that would have an impact to charter schools. But those are still there's still a lot of details being worked out on that, so I think it would be premature to speculate on them, think about them, or sit here and try to hash out what exactly it would mean for charter schools as the end result. So there's still a lot working through on that. Charter school budget is pretty simple this year. There was, I believe, Josh, there was that additional request for a couple of maintenance items, right? Or was it totally a maintenance budget? So totally a maintenance budget. So the K-12 maintenance budget is working its way through the legislature, which it is a part of, and there's a dozen budgets or so in that large omnibus budget. So working its way through the legislature, no, as far as I've seen, no struggles or concerns so far from anyone there. So should be pretty easy. Lots of dramatic things happening otherwise on other aspects, but thankfully we all have to deal with as charter schools. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys have on it. Josh, if there's anything else you want me to elaborate on or any color you want to add on anything, you've been in the trenches as well, doing a lot of legislative things with me too, so.
There is a lot of educational discussion going on, which is pretty normal. I guess I haven't been in this world before, so I'm stepping into it. It seems like a lot, so I'd probably weigh you guys' opinion more than mine. But there are a lot of interested parties around education right now and a lot of different actions that are happening. So I think it's a matter of, how we bring those groups together and have some of these critical conversations going forward. So that is one of our focuses, but
and I'd be happy to answer any questions the commission has.
Yeah, I'm sure Matt can tell us when the legislature's going home.
You know, their target date they set was at the organizational session is March 21st. So Wally, you've been around the legislature a lot longer than I don't know if you've ever seen them hit a target date on whether before or after it. I would say, you know, just watching everything go by, I think they're doing pretty good. I'd say they're on track is my assessment.
He told me yesterday 4 weeks.
In terms of appointments, I know we have 4 total. Wanda, or Commissioner Glenn and Bear, I believe yours are still on, it's the 10th order in the Senate. Wally and Lisa, I think yours both made it off, and that's only a fact of sometimes how often they actually go into the 10th order. The list of appointments on the 10th order right now is pretty lengthy. I guess normally what I see typically in session is they try to roll through them. They end up getting backlogged with bills. Bills are the priority. So they get through all the bills and then they tackle all the appointments at the end of session. So we have a couple of state board appointments on there as well. No concern or anything, just a matter of time constraints and the Senate having to work through all their business. So no worries there.
Yeah, it's on the agenda to follow up charter school support. So talking about the budgets, there was no additional funding to support charter schools like I know it was one-time funding of 300.
Yeah, through the building capacity program. So that line item was and is in the State Department of Education's budget. So that's still working through the process. They have not, so they've set that maintenance budget, but they have not, I guess the budgeting process in the legislature now is they have everyone's maintenance budget, which is your standard operations, and then they have their line item budgets and they do all of those individually. So that'll be a part of the State Department of Education's line item budget. And in that we had a $300,000 line item with the charter school authorizer dedicated fund to put towards the building capacity program. I think we have 4 schools in the building capacity program right now that have been really enjoying being in the building capacity program and seeing some good benefits there. So that would help continue those 4 schools on in the program. So TBD, more to come with it.
Appreciate it.
Yes, and thank you I should have spoke to that. I apologize. I should have.
Please.
Matt, do you know, what's the thinking behind the bill that would allow a district to convert to a charter if there's never been a school that converted to a charter?
That's a great question. Thinking back to the bill hearing, so it's Senator Ward King, Senator Lent on that bill. So bipartisan bill there. I think the thinking was really just wanting to give public school districts more flexibility. You know, they weren't sure if anyone would actually utilize this, to your point, Commissioner, you know, that no one has even done an individual school yet. So just wanting to give that flexibility and the option there if they want it. If not, then, you know, it's kind of no harm, no foul. I think that's the thinking behind it.
So if I may, so does that allow, so if a district changed, all their schools in the district would change to charter? Is that how, that's how I read it?
That would be correct, yes.
So that would be crazy.
That would be crazy, that would be, especially given that we haven't even tested it at the school level, but who knows? Stranger things.
Yes.
Well, so then right now, the way we authorize multiple schools is that they're under the same format, if you will. You know, I'm thinking,
Who would authorize the district?
How could you just blanketly authorize more than one school unless they're all?
It's the word grades.
It'll
be a one school district.
Yeah.
It'll be 3 creeks or prairie or something.
So I think the idea is just another tool in the toolbox for these school districts. I don't think the bill sponsors have heard from any school districts who are interested in this yet. But as you guys said, crazier things have happened.
Anything else?
Short and sweet. And yeah, all of you have my cell phone number, I think, at this point. I'm always happy to chat. If you see something moving through the legislature or you hear something, shoot me a text, give me a call. Super easy. I try to at least be pretty responsive. Not the best all the time, but I try to be. So anytime any of you guys need anything, I know I'm not in the governor's office anymore, but always happy to support, inform however I can.
That's very helpful.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
You can thanks, Matt.
Thanks, Ben.
Okay, we'll take a few minute break then and probably about 15 minutes and then start back at that, so we're more on the time. And we'll need to probably excuse Mr. Hendrick, he has an appointment he has to get to. Dave, if not.
My apologies.
No apologies needed, you need to go do that. I evidently, Commissioner Armour had something. I'm not sure where that was.
Yeah.
All right.
Switching.
Okay, it's green light showing. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for letting us take a break for a minute. So we've got consideration amendment to performance certificate for North Star in Rolling Hills. Director, you want?
I'll give a little background, then hand it off to the team to kind of explain. The background here is Rolling Hills Public Charter School is seeking an amendment to their performance certificate, allow them to work with North Star Charter School and potentially merge the schools and consolidate facilities. The discussion is a request to amend the current performance certificate of Rolling Hills Public Charter and North Star School. Is not currently addressed in either Idaho statute or Idaho Public Charter School Commission's policy. So this is new ground, new territory, and I think these teams have been working hard together to try and figure out the best path both for the students and what makes sense for a path forward. We'd love to have them kind of share their story and information with you, and we can go from there.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead, if you'd introduce yourself so we get you on the record, and then please proceed.
Yeah, I am Andy Horning. I'm the head of school at North Star Charter.
Chris Jorgensen, attorney, with the Rolling Hills. Jonathan Gillen with Charter Impact, and we support financially both schools.
Tara Handy, Executive Director of Rolling Hills Charter School.
Thank you.
We want to thank you for giving us this time to present to you an opportunity that is new to everyone. And it actually just came up only a couple of months ago. So we've been hard at work trying to make this happen. And we think it's a great opportunity to bring two like-minded schools together to create more opportunities for more charter school students. So the one that came up with the idea, I'll let her start as our principal of the Rolling Hills Charter. So I'll let Tara kind of explain how she came up with this idea.
Yeah, Chairman and members of the commission. I knew back in the fall that my enrollment had been declining. I've been there 2 years and I knew the enrollment at Rolling Hills was declining. And I also knew this was my last year as an administrator. And one of the things I wanted to walk away with was making sure I secured a future for our children, and secured a future in charters for our children specifically. And I approached Mr. Horning back in December and asked him how he felt about us doing a merger, because we have similar missions and visions, we have similar cultures, we're within close proximity. And I think at the end of the day, this is about children. And that was the reason I did it, and it's the reason I sit here today.
Yeah, so thank you. Like she had said, we are very similar in our mission and vision. I've got several slides on here, but our time slot is somewhat limited, so it's a lot for you to just look through to see that we have done our due diligence, and we have been working very hard over the last few months. This is an outside the box opportunity for the charter schools. North Star has a thriving community, a huge wait list to get into. But we're very like-minded with Rolling Hills. And so when she presented her idea to jump in with North Star, it seemed like a great opportunity for North Star to expand and add another facility that would help provide a new opportunity for our high school students, while also adding space in more programs to our elementary and middle school at the current site. So I just wanted you to see real quick, this just shows the current enrollment of North Star. The students, we are in our lottery right now, lottery process, and we're also in our intent to return. So it's changing by the hour, but our numbers are rolling in. We're quite pleased with our numbers K through 8 so far. You can see that in the K-8 program in North Star, we have 945 students applying, and that was as of yesterday, and that number continues to grow, and as well as our intent to return. The high school, very similar. We have 244 students that have applied in our lottery system. We have a total of 83 that are enrolling. I'm sorry, we have 161 that have re-enrolled right now. And so again, our numbers are starting to thrive, but we're in a space right now that we're limited on the classes and the classrooms that we can provide our students. This is Rolling Hills. Their numbers are starting to go up a little bit, but still not sustainable to continue to go with the staffing that they have and the numbers that are coming in. And Mr. Gillen will share that here in a little bit. As mentioned earlier, we have very similar mission and vision of both schools. They're 5 miles apart, so proximity is very close to one another. And we're adding to North Star, which is thriving at the time. So we will provide transportation for all students, which is a selling point for many of our Rolling Hills and North Star students going forward. So again, as I mentioned, the idea is that we would use the North Star site, which is currently a K-12 program, and we would transition that into a K-8 program, adding a couple of elementary classes, and then adding more middle school classes. And in doing so, we're able to offer more specials at the elementary school, more electives at the middle school, as well as increase the number of students at that site, because you can see that we have a lot of families that want to get into that school. You also saw that the Rolling Hills site will now become a high school, so it'll be a great opportunity for our high school students to create a culture of their own. That school is set for its maximum occupancy is about 275, and we want to give school about 250 as our high school. It's about as high as we want to go. Maybe just see how it goes, but 250 was our number for growth. So again, it gives us an opportunity to grow at the high school level as well as the K through 8. So again, it's putting more students into these two facilities. One of the big questions is, because this is all new and there isn't any statutes behind this, we thought that hearing from some legal counsel would be important. So I will turn it over to him now.
Thanks, Andy. In some ways, this is, I guess, maybe not totally new. We have had schools that have transferred assets to other entities over the years. Several years ago, when the statute was changed to allow one nonprofit corporation to hold multiple charters, the Gem Prep group had several schools that were all their own nonprofit corporations. We converted those to LLCs, transferred all the assets from the corporation to the LLC, ultimately dissolved those corporations, so they didn't exist, and they're all held under one umbrella, the Gem Integration Schools Incorporated nonprofit corporation. So from that standpoint, the transfer itself isn't going to trigger a closure of the school, such that we get into Idaho Code 335212 that requires distributing all the assets to paying off all the teachers and sending everything to you in that process. I think if we made the decision up front, we're closing, and then what? Then we would go follow through that path. But we're being proactive with this and saying, we're going to transfer everything ahead of time. It's important to note that in the charter school statute in 335204, it says charter schools can purchase, receive, hold, and convey real and personal property the same way the school districts can. And so that kind of kicks us over into 33601, which is the statute that governs the school districts. And in one of those statutes, or one of those sections of that statute, section 4B, it allows school districts, and by inference, charter schools, to give their property to another school district or charter school with or without any consideration. And so for the stuff that's got any real value, we need to do an appraisal first, so we'll include the building. But there's a process specifically in the statute where we can the Rolling Hills board can do a review of everything they have, adopt a resolution that says we're going to transfer everything to North Star. North Star can accept it. There doesn't have to be any exchange of funds. It's just, we're merging, so we're going to hand it all over, and that's the process. Commissioner Kohler?
Assumes debt.
All the debt would also go to Rolling Hills, to go to North Star. And Jonathan can explain kind of how that works. The debt, the real existing debt is the building. And so there's conversations currently ongoing with the existing lender to make sure that they're okay with this. there's a chance down the road that there might be a refinance that would even take out the existing lenders and provide a better payment stream going forward. I don't anticipate any issues there because the reality is I think they're getting a stronger borrower by transferring it to North Star than they would if they were stuck at, I shouldn't say stuck, if they stayed with Rolling Hills going forward with Rolling Hills' reduction in enrollment. There'll be more, state funds available to pay the debt with the transfer, I think, than otherwise. But those conversations are happening. Any other liabilities would also be assumed by North Star. That's part of the expectation is that debts and liabilities, all assets, everything gets transferred to North Star, and they assume it within their box. And the nice thing with having Jonathan involved is he manages the finances for both schools already. So it's somewhat seamless as far as having one person understands what's for everybody.
I apologize for interrupting, but that's the first place.
Yeah, no, great question. Yeah, it's a question that we've been certainly discussing and identified early on is that there are other third parties that would be impacted by this. We want to make sure we've got their sign off and approval before we actually sign deeds and transfer things. I think generally on the legal side, like I said, I don't see any issues. There's nothing in the code that says you can't, transfer assets, or you can't even transfer, students, can't transfer, a charter. The charter document itself, arguably is personal property of the school, and so it can be transferred as well under 33601. Obviously, we want the authorization to approve so that people know what's happening, but we do feel like this is legal, and it's, to Tara's point, it's best for all the kids involved. I don't know that Andy mentioned it, but there are some families that have kids that are attending both schools today. And so we're going to do the best we can to kind of keep all those families together and that. So if there's any other legal questions, I'm happy to answer them or provide more information or detail if needed.
And with legal, and this obviously would be a hypothetical, but if the acquisition, that's my choice of words, no one else's, goes through, is it depriving the families on a waiting list their opportunity then to get into North Star? So in other words, the child moves from Rolling Hills over, and now all of a sudden, the family that's been on the waiting list for 4 years, it's sorry, we're full again.
Yeah, so a couple of things. One, waiting lists have to be restarted every year, so we wouldn't have a family that's, they may have been on the waiting list.
They may have applied.
Yeah, they may have applied 4 years in a row, but the idea is to, and we've got another slide that Andy can walk through that kind of explains it, but existing Rolling Hill students, we want to, if possible, kind of treat them as existing North Star students for purposes of lottery, and then we'll run a full lottery. And so anybody that's got their application in today, they'll be part of the lottery at the end of March. And, any remaining seats will be filled pursuant to a lottery, just like it always has been done in the past.
And again, if I'm interrupting while if you've got an answer, just say wait, and it doesn't hurt my feelings.
I want to add to that though also is that, yes, we are transitioning this year, bringing 2 schools together, but those spaces will now open up in the future. So by adding more classes to the elementary and then by adding more classes to the middle school, that's going to open more spaces.
You'll have more opportunity
in the future. So as of right now, it's very difficult for a 4th and a 5th grade family to get in because people, once they're in, they don't leave. Gotcha. But this will open up another 60 spots, at least year after year. Next, we'll have Jonathan talk about financial impact.
So these are a couple of the financial questions that I think have kind of come up throughout the process. So I'll just try to answer those and kind of walk through what next steps will look like. What happens with the fund balance of Rolling Hills? Sorry, I like to use accounting terminology. So the savings after we're all done. So assets and liabilities, I think we've kind of already covered that, but I'll walk through that again. There's a bunch of year-end processes that just happen regardless of whether we did this or not. There's going to be an audit that's going to be needed to be done. What does closing out the year look like? What are those kind of things? And we'll assure you that that process will get done. And then I just provided a little bit of information on what it looks like next steps post-merger or products. So expectation is that the dollars will follow the students. So essentially we would work through the end of the year, we would pay out teachers just like they've been paid on their current contracts. We would do any accruals and essentially pay those balances out to any AP that we have associated with the process. And then I would calculate a net fund balance that would be after audit is completed and after all of it signed off and sent on to the Department of Education and your copy as well. The net would be then remitted to North Star and essentially becomes part of their fund balances they have taken on the students. Again, all of that will happen well after the audit process, so conceivable timing, it probably wouldn't happen until December, just to be honest. Audit processes usually run until November, and we do any final calculations at that point. So I put a number up there of what I think it looks like right now. Don't hold me to it, but some initial projections of how that would work. And then how will those funds be used? Obviously, we'll have to look at some additional curriculum associated with the merger process for students. Any new technology needs. North Star and Rolling Hills each have some different technology needs, and so we'll look to make sure that again all the students are treated the same and have the same assets set in place. So assets, so the building will be utilized by North Star, and so essentially those combined students, like we've talked about, the asset would become North Star's, and so would the liabilities associated with it, which is primarily the debt that is on the building. So we're gonna have, after this, we'll have some more conversations with the lender and walk through that process, but it's also kind of an expectation we've been discussing with the North Star board for quite a few years now about the potential of refinancing, and we would be able to wrap those two in. I've already had some conversations with some national lenders about what a refinance process looks like, the bringing of two schools together and essentially trying to go out and do a refinancing of both buildings together and see if we can make that attractive and lower the debt burden for the school overall and lower, and so allow us to have more dollars available to spend for kids. So I would anticipate in the short run, it would feel like just a different dollar amount. North Star is paying the debt, but in the long run, a refinance will probably be the option we'll go unless interest rates change. And if you guys know how those will go, I'd love to know. And then again, any liabilities, most of those will largely become the building itself. Year-end process, like I said, an annual audit will be done, so that is required in the code. We will continue to do that process. We will finalize that and finish that process up. And so like it's the current back office provider, so currently Charter Impact provides both services for the schools, so I'll be working on both sides of their audit. And so we'll have appropriate disclosure associated with those in the audit documentation as well. And then final audits, just like required in code, will be submitted to yourself at the Department of Education. And then the school will work after year end to deal with the transition of documentation as well. So it'll be financial records. So we'll have to shift over ERP systems and make sure those are backed up on North Star servers. So should there be any public records requests along with the other documentation and financial documentation will all be shifted to North Star. So that we'll have that information available should there be any requests for that. And then this is just because I'm always thinking about the operational needs now of the school. After they combine, we're going to have some changes. We'll have some work we'll have to do associated with transportation and procurement as we add additional services and as we combine the schools. And so I just wanted you to see there'll be other operational discussions we'll be having associated with the financing needs of the school. And we'll work through those along with any hiring needs and then work through all the projections just like we accountants love to do. And answer any questions you have.
She has you. And you have some thoughts concerning this.
Well, I appreciate the legal analysis, because that's, I think, what was missing. So my big question is, the performance certificates are not in the packet, and maybe you can answer this question, but what exactly needs to be amended in the, what did your motion need to be if you do want to go forward? What in the performance certificates needs to be amended? And we don't have that in front of us. So that would.
And as we talk through this, you've laid out a number of the things that have to kind of be adjusted. And then what would be the final design is how far off from being kind of negotiated and created of all the things that would kind of fit together. How far off are you guys in your negotiations on that?
Or I guess another question is, what is your ask? As far as what kind of motion would you ask the board to?
Yeah, I think initially, and everybody else back there here, start. Yeah. Certainly initially would be just an approval to move forward. As far as amending a performance certificate from North Star's side, they probably need to increase their enrollment cap. I don't know what that number is. It's not a huge number. I mean, I don't know, it's 10% of the current cap, somewhere in that range.
We're gonna add more than 10 though. So.
Yeah, maybe 20%, but, I mean, a lot of times enrollment caps are handled at staff level, but because of this, it makes sense to come to the commission and say, can we get approval to do that? I don't know that the performance metrics change, as far as the, operational standards, financial standards, academic standards, everything that applies to North Star today would apply to North Star going forward, so I don't anticipate that happening. There may need to be a possible amendment to allow for 2 campuses. I haven't read specific, I don't know that there's a limitation in the performance certificate that says that they can only be at their Winter Road campus. But, to the extent that we're adding a second campus to North Star, there would be potentially an approval there. So to me, those are probably the 2 big things. But so that's on kind of a North Star side. On Rolling Hills side, I think it's not so much a performance certificate issue, because that's gonna, once all this is done and all these processes are complete, North Star is gonna wind down and we'll dissolve it. There just won't be any assets or liabilities left, and so it'll be a real simple process. Unlike the closure that we did last year, that was a lot more complicated. This shutting down Rolling Hills will be very simple because there won't be anything left. All the teachers will be, gone. All the assets will be gone, all the liabilities will be gone. And so it'll just be a matter of filing some documents with the state to administratively dissolve it. But I don't know if there's anything in the performance certificate needs to be done there, because it'll be done. We'll just wrap it up. So but I think to me, the things are probably the enrollment cap and the extra campus that maybe were part of the original charter. And those will be the things that we want to make sure that North Star is not doing something that's going to get them in trouble down the road. But I think there may be something else, but those are the ones I have.
I think, in all of our, but I guess performance certificates, we have that closure component that if we close the school, this and this is happening. So this is effectively not a closing.
Not today. We specifically want to make sure we're keeping it open until we get everything done. And then we'll kind of go through the closure process, which initiates the closure protocols that the commission has and all those things.
So my question was whether those protocols will ever come in. And
eventually they probably will, but the reality is there probably won't be anything to do because all the documents are going to North Star. All the transfers of everything will have gone to North Star before we say we're now closing. And so it'll be kind of a shell at that point, from Rolling Hills' perspective. And, but we would go through all the closure protocols as they exist. They just don't think we do.
So if we do a motion, it would be to a merger, which would speak to a closure, and then those things can take care of themselves.
Yeah, we'd like to avoid today the word closure. Right, I mean, because I think that does kick in 335212 and the closure protocols, and that's not what's happening today. That's like the very last step of the process, and if we need to, we'll bring Rolling Hills, we can come back and say, hey, we're closing, but I think that's the intent, and hopefully we can do that just by a letter or something with commission staff and start that process.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a question, and I honestly don't remember, but as you grow to the melding of the 2 schools, is that going to put your funding formula? Will you be breaking a certain number? Because I just literally don't remember what the Florida. It used to be that you were counted as a rural school.
It's a conversation we're having right now.
Okay, because that's also what pops into my mind is I can see some fire coming from other directions based on those numbers.
So I can speak a little bit to that, specifically North Star, the metrics that are used in their support unit, so their divisor will change. I've ran projections based on that divisor changing, and I've been trying to go through and pull in the enrollment that Andy anticipates and basically recalculating what I think their budget will look like. So we have a draft of that already put together to kind of walk through to see if there is any unintended consequences that we need to manage through.
Yeah, we got that conversation. Yeah, it's a tough one.
Yeah, I think it's good that, I don't know if it's been brought up, but part of this process, been working closely with Julie Oberly as well. You know, and so she's aware even of these, you know, steps about transferring funds between schools. The funds that Rolling Hills will receive in July and what we do with those, and so she's been really helpful.
She knows what she's doing.
Yeah.
Julie, she tells you this is the numbers, you're probably pretty safe.
Yeah, so I think that's I think important for the commission to understand is that she's been involved in these conversations, at least recently. I don't know necessarily long term, but she's in the loop and she knows what we're doing. Thank you.
So what is the consequence with that advisor that your numbers?
Yeah, so currently, I'm sorry, Chair and members of the commission. Sorry, it is. So anyway, currently they're divided with that at 14.5, it'll adjust to 16, I want to say. And then the next step is 18.5, which they shouldn't hit. So based on your number of students and your attendance percentage, it calculates an ADA, and as your ADA grows, if you know steps in the funding formula, essentially as your school grows, your divisor changes. And so they were deemed a small school at the secondary level, and so they got the benefit of a 14.5 divisor, and now they'll become a medium-sized secondary school. And so that is, like I said, a calculation that we already ran, because I had an expectation that since our high schools and our secondary students would increase, that we wouldn't get the benefit of the small divisor anymore. So we've ran that through the process as part of the financial projections to ensure we've covered for that.
So I have one other question. So why do you feel Rolling Hills enrollment has been declining?
I don't know. It's a good question. I think a lot of it had to do with the charter school going up and out. We lost 53 students and 2 teachers to that charter school opening this past fall. So I think that was a part of it. I've thought of a million different reasons and I can't, decide on one. I think we're an older charter school. I think maybe we could have rebranded in a certain way. It's a beautiful charter school, staff is beautiful, students are beautiful. It's just older, and before I came on, I know that the enrollment had been declining. And when you just kind of feel that pulse, right? I wish I could speak and have a better answer, but I think it's a multitude of factors.
Well, from my standpoint, I thought from a business aspect that it made a lot of sense to me when I read through it. And for me, I don't see a problem. I think what we want to make sure, from my standpoint, is we don't create an unforeseen issue in charter law or policy or something that comes back and makes it a problem. So I guess that's, Sheehan and Chris and all of you. I mean, sometimes at some point we got to just make sure that we've got all the unforeseen things factored in, so it's smooth, so it works, so it's right. Commissioners, any other questions?
Want to attempt it?
So I guess we're back to the question about what is the motion? I mean, what motion do we need today? Is it only amendments or Rolling Hills can talk to another school about merging? Is it that simple?
I think we're asking to go forward with a merge with Rolling Hills and North Star. That's what we're asking.
We're having a dual.
We're asking that the commission would agree to a merger. The question I would pose to you guys is does there have to be a caveat of finalizing the final agreement that this commission would at least have visibility in towards?
Chair and Commissioners, I don't see anything in the statute that says you can permit a merger or not permit a merger. I think that you're correct that a charter school, can do all these things without the commission getting involved, buy, sell property and all, and that all makes sense to me. So a lot of that is the merger. I don't think they need your approval for that. I really think what they need is an amendment to the performance certificate, for example, 2 facilities, 2 campuses. So they need your approval that the performance certificate will be amended, and I'm not sure we know what all those things are right now since we don't have that in front of us, so that it won't prevent them from merging. That would be my recommendation is that you have a motion, and maybe this needs to be worked out in the next 30 days. That anything in the performance certificate that would prevent a merger would be amended. Does that make sense?
That's kind of where I was going, is nothing can really stop them from merging. I think it's all there. The question is what becomes of that future entity, is that performance certificate then amended to represent what that future is? And I think this commission could provide guidance that's, says this sounds just like you have, it sounds like a good idea, and you could also maybe even delegate, and I hope to you, delegate the review of that final amendment, as long as it meets certain criteria. That could be the motion.
But you could delegate that to the chair, just so that all of you don't need to meet again, that the chair has authority to amend the final amendments to the performance certificate.
That's a little sketchy.
Anything better to do?
If it, like,
I really think the only amendment is just gonna be the dual sites and then also the cap. And we're gonna have a better idea of that in the next 30, after the lottery and everything, we'll have a much better idea. But those are the amendments that we'll have to our performance.
Which neither one of those, excuse me, neither one of those amendments have caused undue angst anytime before.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty.
Straightforward.
Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner?
Yeah, just very, thank you. Very quick question then with your board of trustees, again, my title. Is it going to meld together, or will the North Star Charter Board of Directors remain the board of directors, and the Rolling Hills will no longer be on, or is there going to be an allocation of 2 of the 7 seats or something like, I'm just.
Yeah, we thought a lot about that, and we do have 3 spots open this summer at the North Star board. So those are open to whomever wants to run for those. But as far as adding new positions to our current board at North Star, we're not going to.
And I wouldn't expect new, but I would strongly advise that there is a joining together as you look to the future.
And the Rolling Hills Board, of course, will still be involved and functioning until all that's wrapped up, which could be the end of the calendar year. But there's nothing that would prevent them from kind of serving on both boards if those, openings during the summer. Sure. Could be filled by some Rolling Hills people.
Thank you.
Okay, so. I guess we need to determine.
And we need an action for us.
What motion is needed? So what we gotta resolve is the dual campus and the increased enrollment. Is that really?
Yeah, I think from my perspective, if there was a motion to approve North Star and Rolling Hills from proceeding with the merger. I agree with your attorney. I don't know that we usually need your approval because we can do all this.
I'd rather not have. I mean, I'd rather have
that
more minimal than.
Okay, then I think it would be to approve an amendment to the North Star performance certificate to allow for an increase in the enrollment cap and an addition of a second facility with maybe the details to be finalized, working with the chairman. Or staff.
Yeah. So a motion could be worded this way. The commission so moves that that amendment to the performance certificate be approved contingent upon the final closeout of all the details of that as approved by the chairman or other delegated authority. That.
do we need to indicate North Star's dual buildings, campuses, and enrollment cap increase?
I would recommend that just in case there are others, that you leave it to the final, agreement, and then you have the determination at that point to say, wait, this is beyond what this discussion was and could require it to come to an actual commission meeting. And so if you leave it more open as they work out the final details of that amendment, you can take that determination.
Okay with that?
Chair Commissioner, I like that because I think we're right. There might be a third item that we're just not aware of right now. And you, all of a sudden you have to have a special meeting because of that third item. So I like it being a little more vague.
Can we simply say that we support the continued conversations towards a merger and then come back at a later date with?
I would prefer, because I don't think you can approve or disapprove a merger. I think that needs to stay out of it.
And maybe Chairman, to her question, I think the confidence that this can maybe move quicker than a full meeting might help in the process that they need for their timing, would be the reason to make the motion that I proposed to. And correct me if I'm wrong.
I agree. So.
Chair, if you want, if someone wants to make the motion, everything's being recorded, so if someone wants to say, make the motion as presented by the director, it can then be typed up for
Okay.
the meeting minutes. I think that might be easier.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to repeat it.
Sounded pretty good.
What our attorney just said is that we follow the language of the director and allow schools to perform.
Okay, is there a second for that?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? You both okay?
Chairman,
Please.
just a comment that it seems like it's a win-win for everybody, and I really appreciate the hard work that you've done so far to even come to this point. And I commend you for that.
Ms. Handy, I just admire your decision. I'm sure it wasn't one you came by lightly. And you were focused in the right areas of looking at students and schools and what was the best interest of students. And so I admire you, and I think it was wonderful you were looking outside the box and took the action you did. So thank you.
Okay. Further discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, this is great.
This is great, exciting, thank you very much. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, well, welcome. We're gonna go ahead with our agenda, so thank you. Please.
I'm Rachel Burke, Parent Engagement and School Choice Coordinator, Idaho Department of Education. I've been in this position almost 2 years now. And I'm here today to talk to you about our increased child support program, which I have the honor to establish and continue to monitor through the hard work and efforts of Dr. Jabowski. And the reason I'm handing out a copy of the presentation is because it is very data word heavy, and my voice is leaving me, and so all the information is there for your reading pleasure. This is about the midway point for this program. So we do have a lot of information to share. It's an exciting time. Yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
So just a reminder of what the purpose of this program is. It's to build board and administrator capacity and leads to increased student success. And it's also meant to make a high impact in a short amount of time. When we first established this, it was going to be 1 year only. We weren't sure if we were even going to be able to continue it. We've established a lot of networks, connections, connected these schools and administrators with resources that are already in existence and in play, because we didn't want to reinvent the wheel, so to speak. The 4 schools that are participating this year: Blackfoot Charter, Rolling Hills, Mountain Community, and Peace Valley. You heard from one of these today. This is our timeline for the year. We are currently where the 2 arrows are pointing. We are monitoring the budget. We're approving or disapproving allocation requests. Purchases are being made by the schools. They are being reimbursed through the funding. And we have cohort meetings monthly with me, Dr. Gervasi, and Dr. Gervasi is also frequently checking in with the schools and visiting them and supporting them whenever they need it. There are a lot of numbers for you. I know you're numbers people, so here you go. The total is 302,000. That's what we were allocated at the beginning of the year. So this is how it's played out up until the 10th of this month. The numbers have slightly changed a little bit. I've allocated additional funding to Rolling Hills since I made this graph, but we are currently sitting with 86,673 left unallocated at this point. When I made this again, it was 93. I put some information on there for our FTE, Dr. Gervasi as well. It shows where her contract is and other expenses that have come out of supporting her through this program. This is how it has played out to the schools. Blackfoot Charter, you can see a lot of focus on curriculum. I have a very itemized budget that I maintain, but this is divided into sections, easier to look at, but they have purchased tools, board development. This is in addition to the already allotted 6,600 that's already available.
Yeah, please. Just very quickly, who established those numbers? So if I'm looking at Blackfoot, who made the decision to put 19,000 against curriculum?
So the process is they submit to me a request. They give me a list of the curriculum that they want to purchase. I vet it, be sure it is standards-based review curriculum, and then I approve the expenses. So this is an as-needed basis.
I understand, thank you. I don't think I was clear. As I look at the pie chart, the allocation, not necessarily curriculum per se, who made the decision to say X goes here, X goes there, X goes here? You did, okay.
Rachel, is there an overall project or program request from Blackfoot that helps you make that determination, or is it just you making that split?
I make that decision, yeah. We wanted it to be very targeted and specific to the school needs, and so one school may not ask for as much as another school will. So it's just as a per request basis.
But is that school asking you for the support specifically? And you're splitting the money to these things, or is the school asking for curriculum and administrative capacity and other things? Yeah.
Chairman Reed, so the requests come, but they're not designated to these categories ahead of time. So these are categories I created based on what has come to me at this point.
They're making a request for X something.
Right.
And you're categorizing it as a
Yes,
budget.
I did this as a visual to help you understand exactly what types of requests are coming in. Does that?
No, I understand. Again, I think what Josh has asked, the same question that I've got is just an understanding of how the money was allocated. Was it decided by that school and its board? Was it decided by the SDE?
So I don't want to say I was the funding was there, and I was put in charge of allocating it to the schools as needed. And so the funding isn't one pot. Does that make sense? And then the schools are coming in with their.
I understand. My sole question deals with who made the decision to allocate by percentage per school? Did it come out of the State Department? Did it come out of a meeting of both groups? I'm curious at the arrival of the numbers.
Okay,
That's all.
so maybe I put too many numbers on here because it's not determined by a percentage. This is just what has happened so far. So these are the expenses that have been approved up to this point. This isn't, so we still have that pot, that 93 sitting there. And schools are requesting from that. And this is just how it is played out to this point. It's not limited to these percentages. This is just how it's played out.
I got you. So I think you answered, I apologize. I think you answered my question is schools are in the role of identifying where that money's there.
Correct.
That's what I need to say. That's still trying to get done.
Okay, yes. I apologize for that confusion there.
Another, if that's the case, how do these schools know what's necessary if they're in this situation? So is there an outside advisor coming in and doing an audit and then recommending this is what they should be doing? And then that's.
Yes, back in October, November, our mentor, Dr. Javasi, went in and did very thorough needs assessments with each school and gave them very targeted directions. And then the schools have also contracted with different consultants that have come in and made these suggestions. So they have a HIT team is what we call them, high impact teams also involved in advising the schools as well. All right, so these just this is what Rolling Hills has asked for up to this point, and it has been approved by category. Peace Valley, been really busy in selecting items. And, okay, so this, thank you, Jean, sorry. So we asked all of the participating schools to give us a bulleted list of what they've been busy doing just up to this point. And the highlighted items are ones that have been directly influenced through this program. I'm not going to read the bulleted list to you, but you do have it printed right there just to give you an idea of what each school has been actively doing to increase student achievement.
This program goes on how long for these 4 schools?
June will be the end date for this year's program.
So there's sufficient funding to get them through that?
Yes, and I'm going to cover a little bit about what the future may look like here in a second as well. So with the unallocated money as of this point in time, we're currently working with these 4 charter schools to design longer term impacts. We're encouraging them to maybe contract with consulting entities for longer term years out that we can maybe support at this point before June. We're looking at curriculum purchases, licensing for charters that need maybe to get a couple more years licensing purchased through this program. We will be meeting with them pretty intently over the next few weeks and months just to be sure that we utilize this fund as the best way we can.
No, please.
So then no new schools can come in?
Not at this point in June, or until June. The way it's set up this year.
And so if the funds are gone, and at this point, it was one-time funding, so they won't, unless you arrange for it, they won't get continued assistance. And
yeah. Well, I'm not exactly sure where all the money goes if it's not used. I don't know that. The answer to that question.
Appropriated, so therefore it'd be reverted back, unless you have a contract or otherwise commitment out. And so to your point, it's something maybe we can work and carry on to make sure that those funds are used for a good purpose before they're reversed.
Yeah, we're going to be very intently trying to use it up in an intentional way still that leads to student success with these charters, with these 4 charters. Yeah.
But no other charter school can come in this year.
No,
Is that by rule or is that by program design?
whatever. Yeah, program design. So,
So is there a reason to continue to spend money on Rolling Hills?
since the merger is relatively new, I don't have an answer to that one just yet. But
It seems like a way to save some money.
as of this point, they have not submitted for reimbursement, so technically no funds have gone toward them. They've been approved for what I showed. But
It's smart. And the schools, the students are gonna continue, the teachers are gonna continue. So it would be good if they can get this support to understand sooner rather than later. But you're the expert.
Well, I just was gonna say the same thing, literacy training, whether they're teaching kids at Rolling Hills or at North Star is valuable. And curriculum resources are valuable regardless of which umbrella they are serving students within. So there may be some categories. Professional development is one that is always, regardless of where a teacher is, if they are more informed on the Idaho content standards, for example, or more informed on an assessment. So I think there's a lot of places it could be intentionally used that could benefit kids no matter where they are.
Just then, thank you, a point of conversation for the commission, then my thoughts on the number of schools in it. I want to see if it worked. For me, it goes back to our conversation of one of the schools last meeting is serious concerns, but from my perspective, I want to know whether this was money that was actually well spent. And so I'm very, very interested to see whether this came to pass. But I also don't believe it takes 2 years. 1 year, I can have a glitch, and they did great, and then. But I'm deeply interested in the success of this because it is a program that I think needs to be expanded statewide for everybody to intervene in struggling schools. And this is going to be, I think, a measure that will be looked at is did we, because it's SDE money, but was it used wisely?
Chairman, Commissioner Holder, I'll show you a little bit in a second how we're going to assess this. And hopefully that gives us some data from 1 year, but we also have a tentative plan for a second year, should the funding be approved.
If I may, I'm an old man, an old soldier. My assessment is the growth of the children.
Right.
Everything else is great, but if the children are advancing, okay.
In May, we're going to start doing our final assessments. That's why you can see an arrow there with May reflecting and coming up with recommendations for maybe the next year's program. Our program evaluation is going to assess progress in meeting or exceeding renewal conditions, outcomes of each school's short cycle improvement goals, which were set through Dr. Gervasi in the improvement plans. And then the outcomes of building leadership capacity, administrator and their boards, and evidence of increasing student success. Let me come in 1 year. How it will be assessed, we're going to be, Dr. Gervasi will be looking at the results from the short cycle plan data analysis, survey participants, administrators, boards, and strategic partners. Pre and post survey results in comparison to changes in leadership and school capacity. And each of these schools will be presenting on their their overall assessment of the program in June as well to you guys. And then we will have a final report with recommendations on the program moving forward. With additional funding approved for next year, should this occur, we are going to be determining what these 4 charter schools' roles will be in the program. It is voluntary. And so if they choose to go on for a second year, focus will be on assessment, data, maintaining and strengthening the systems that are already supported through this initial year. We will identify several more charters for invitation to join the program, and they will start as of this moment, just like we did with this initial year with these 4 charters. Enroll them in a year 1 version of the program. Some reading for you. We have quotes from each of the administrators participating in the program with their thoughts on how it has worked so far in their schools. That ends it. So what questions do you have? A lot of questions in this range.
It's fine. I just want to see results.
Yeah, that's kind of the point of this.
I appreciate that there are additional measures other than just, you know, ISAT and IRA schools. That's helpful because while those are the sticks by which we are measured, that's not the only thing that should be in a conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Appreciate all your work. Okay, alternative framework update.
Yeah, is Dr. Ernst on?
I am here.
Awesome. I'll lead the background and then I'll hand it off to you, Doctor. So.
Okay.
All right, so, and I'm coming up to speed on this commission. I am definitely not anywhere close to an expert on it, so I look forward to the presentation, probably more than all of you. But as you maybe know that our charter schools have been working through, the program for student and privileged to receive performance measures in academics, operations, governance, and finance. I think the evaluation, I've had this with a few of you commissioners, how do we really look at missions that might be different than others and making sure that there might be an option or a framework which we can do that. I will tell you, I've had a couple conversations with potential new charters, right, that are current, they're either private or another, that was like very curious about this process that you guys are doing. And so I'm very curious about the progress we're making, and Jody, or Dr. Ernst, my apologies. I look forward to
It's okay. I prefer Jody.
With that, Chairman, I'll hand it off to you.
Great. Good to see you all again. I'm excited to present what we've been working on for since September. So I'm gonna make sure I can share my screen. I do have some slides. And feel free to ask questions anytime. Just get this up. Okay, are you seeing my big PowerPoint presentation?
Seeing the note slides, just so you're aware, you might want to switch your view.
You're seeing what? The note slides? Oh, shoot.
Yeah, the presenter slides. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. I'm not sure how to get.
No, I wouldn't worry about it.
Yeah, just go through it. As long as you don't have no.
I can't read them anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Okay. I'm sorry. Okay, not a technical difficulty I anticipated. Okay, so today I'm presenting to you the progress that we've had in developing the alternative school performance framework for the 10 alternative schools that the commission authorizes. I'll describe the process that we've used, present the draft, and then talk about the next steps in the remaining work. And of course, answer your questions. I have that at the end, but as I said, if you have any during the conversation, please just speak up. This is a bit of a timeline here. We started out talking with Jared and Jacob and Jen, the J's I like to call them, each week to find out what the need was, and then move to talking to the actual school leaders. I was able to interview 6 of the 7 alternative school leaders and got a lot of feedback on what's working about the current alt framework and where they would like to see improvements. At that point, the data staff and I started working on drafts. And we were meeting with the subcommittee, the performance subcommittee, a couple times. Then we gathered feedback on the drafts and revised. And now we're at the point of obviously presenting to you, but we've also collected some data from the school leaders to begin testing where reasonable targets would be for setting goals for meeting, exceeding standards, etc., and then also to make some templates. So while I was interviewing the school leaders, this is a brief summary of what we heard. They'd like more transparency. They would like the goals that they're being held to consider the mobility of the students that they're serving. They would like to provide the commission directly with data that goes outside of what the state collects already, because they feel like their data that they're collecting that they can't report has more information and is able to tell a fuller picture. They were excited about the possibility of some flexibility within with picking measures within specific indicators, and they were hoping that they could be compared against themselves over time rather than being compared to all alt schools across the state. The biggest one we probably heard was that they just really couldn't get good information out of state testing data, that even if they have big populations of students, because in high school only 11th graders take the test, they just really don't have enough information to do anything with. And they don't think it's accurate because a lot of times their students are coming to them very far behind. 2 of the school leaders, which represent 4 of the alternative schools, were very interested in having something around attendance because it's something they work very, very hard on. And so they were hoping to see something around attendance included, and would like to have graduation, all graduates considered regardless of when they graduated. And from every single one of them, I heard just a great amount of gratitude and appreciation to the commission for addressing this and really trying to get it right. So I definitely wanted to talk about that, even though it's not specific to what we have done. So we started off, we had about 3 or 4 goals per indicator, and it started off with these areas in blue, because these were roughly the areas you already were measuring. They've been renamed slightly: math achievement and growth, ELA achievement and growth, progress towards graduation, and post-secondary readiness. And I'm kind of sad that you can't see the whole thing because I made it all pretty. So blue means the number of measures that we started with that they reviewed, and there were 3 in math, 3 in ELA, 3 in progress toward graduation, and 4 in post-secondary readiness. after getting their feedback to the initial draft, we changed it to now there's 2 in the current draft in math, 2 in ELA, 2 in progress toward graduation, 4 in post-secondary readiness, and 2 in the area of attendance. So I'm going to try to just stay really high level and not go too far into the weeds. But what I will say is essentially there were schools that did appreciate the current measures with slight tweaks. So for example, this option 1 under math achievement and growth, and the same goal is there for ELA as well. The percentage of students who either completed all their math requirements by the end of the year or who completed at least 1 year long required math course. That was worded slightly differently before, where it had that students had to meet specific units, and not all students take math classes every year. So they liked the I guess I'll say the concept behind the goal, but just wanted to be able to refine it a little bit and make it more transparent, so that both when Jared and Jen run the data and when they run the data, they get the same outcomes. And if they don't, that they're able to more readily figure out where the discrepancies were. So cleaned up the language a little bit, and we'll be cleaning up what we call the business rules, which is the students who end up getting counted in the metric. So currently there's 3 to 4 schools that are interested in using this option 1 under math and ELA. And then option 2 is one that a lot of authorizers have been using, excuse me, with our consultation, and seems to be working really well for the schools. And that's to allow them to use an internal normed, already made assessment. This isn't them, writing their own assessments. This is them using an NWEA or a STAR or an IXL or an iReady or something like that. And being able to show both the students who meet grade level proficiency or those who show meaningful growth between pre and post assessment. And meaningful growth means something different depending on what the test vendor publishes. So not all of them publish the same growth information. So that's why I just made it a little bit clearer, just said meaningful growth. And then we'll define that based on which test it is in those business rules. And I've included here what the condition is for meeting the expectation. As you know, you actually have 4 categories. You have exceeds, meets, approaching, and does not meet. But to meet this condition for option 1, 70 to 79% of the continuously enrolled students must complete a math course, or the school shows an improvement over last year of 10% of the percent of students meeting that. That was a lot of percentage in that sentence. So I'm going to stop to see if anybody has questions.
Just get a copy of this presentation. It is hard to see, and I'd like to look at it closer at a later time.
Yeah, I'm really sorry about that. Jen, I know I sent it to, if Jen's there, I know I sent it to her yesterday. So
Yeah, we'll get it, and I'll send it out to the commission to kind of review, and you guys can get some feedback.
Okay, awesome. So there were 3 or 4, like I said, schools interested in option 1, and 5 or 6 interested in option 2 here. So being able to provide their own data. Progress towards graduation. Option 1 is.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Jody, this is Wanda. Would you mind going back to the previous slide?
Sure.
So option 1, you said 3 to 4, and then option 2, you said 5 to 6. So which option is it going to be?
So they are gonna have the flexibility to choose at the school level which one they want to use.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for asking the question. That's important. So the commission, the subcommittee felt it was important for schools to be able to have some flexibility to choose how they're being measured, but flexibility within limits. So here they're basically getting two options and they can choose one or the other. I would recommend that once they choose one, they probably should stay with that one for their contract term. Because if they keep going back and forth, that's different data and you would never get like a good picture of how they're progressing over time. Thank you for the question. So similarly, progress towards graduation also has two options. This first one again is a slightly revised version of what is currently in your ALT framework. Basically, what we've done is taken it from saying, students earn so many credits per quarter to making it an annual measure so that you have some schools that are on quarters, some are on trimesters, some are on hexters, which is 6 blocks. And so they just get to roll them up. So it doesn't matter how many blocks or terms that they have. They just report what they have at the end of the year, and it's one annual term. The second one is what I call a credit completion rate. So what we're hoping is that as students enroll, that they can complete at least 80% of the courses that they attempt. And the nice thing about this metric is that it's flexible for schools that do have students who don't stay a full year. Because if they came, say they were there a semester and they did 4 classes and they completed all 4, they got 100%, or if they stayed the whole year and they tried 8 and they got 6, they got 75%, right? So some of the schools allow students to only take 2 classes at a time, but during 6-week blocks. So this meets their need as well as one with a more traditional semester system. So it's really flexible that way. And to meet criteria, then 65 to 74% of their students would need to complete at least 80% of the courses or credits, I should say, that they attempted. Any questions about that one? This one was very well received. There are 6 that are likely to choose this measure. And 2 kind of wanted to compare the data to the first one, the one that we've been using, slightly tweaked to this one. So we're trying, that's an important thing to say, we're trying to, with that data they gave us, let them know what that's going to look like. So before this goes into place, they should be able to make a educated decision based on their own data. Any questions on that one before? Okay. For post-secondary readiness, there's actually 4 options. This is where we see the most variety, obviously being 4, but there's 4 because we heard so many different arrangements of how students come to and leave the school. So this really, this is really a nice, flexible set of measures that also will help schools pick the one that meets their mission the best. So the first one is very basically similar to what what would be used now, which is the percent of students in the 5th year cohort who have graduated. The second one looks at the 4-year cohort and says, okay, if at the end of year you graduate, great. But if you don't graduate and you re-enroll in school, we're going to call you a success also. So that was really important for a couple schools who get students who tend to be older and need a little bit more than, they come in already in their 3rd or 4th year cohort, and they might need an extra year to cross that finish line. The third one looks at graduates plus other types of high school completion. So this is the high set, which is the 10th grade proficiency exam, GED, certificates of completion, and or industry recognized certification credentials. I think you could probably guess that Elevate was very excited about that one, since that is like their mission, right? To get students certifications so that they're employable in a career as soon as they graduate. And then the final one is really for students that really take those over age, 19, 20-year-olds, and tries to get them to cross the finish line, even though they're already blown past their, 6th cohort year. So this is the percentage of what I call eligible seniors. And eligibility is totally based on the number of credits that they have accumulated. And as soon as they're indicated as being ready to graduate within that year, so say you need 24 credits and they have 20, as of the first count date, they get indicated as being ready for graduation. And then we just count graduation out of the students who are ready as of the beginning of the year.
Jody, this is Wanda again. Can you explain that last one again?
Sure. So when students come in and they're super far behind, and maybe they only have 4 or 5 credits that they need to graduate, but they're 19, right? So they're not going to go to a traditional high school. And you probably don't want them to, be there with 14, 15-year-olds. It just isn't good for the culture. From what I've heard, this is what I hear alternative ed leaders say quite a bit. So what they do is, as of the first count date, say, each year, they look at the credits that all their students have that are seniors, and look at those that are really likely to actually graduate because they have slightly more than would be needed to graduate in a year for a typical high schooler. And then they make a list. They would actually send that list to your data team and say, these are the students we think are going to graduate this year. And then at the end of the year, based on who graduated, we're able to compare those 2 lists. And so if 75% of those who were ready at the beginning of the year actually do graduate, that would be their graduation rate. It's what used to be used quite a bit before before they came out with the 4-year adjusted cohort graduation rate that everyone has to use now, because that's the federal definition. This rate used to be used by a lot of states in the past. Did that help?
So it's determined at the beginning of the year who they think could?
Yep.
And then measured at the end of the year, so it's
Exactly.
Okay.
I may have missed something. Did you mention anywhere in there is military service factored in?
That is a great, it's supposed to be in number 3, but I forgot to add that as an option, but that is absolutely included under 3. Yes. Thank you for asking that question, because I really forgot that one.
So Jody, still on this post-secondary.
Yeah.
It's the school that decides on which option each of these students go into, not the individual student.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And you would hope that they choose which one based on their mission. So someone who offers industry credentials would, by mission, should probably be picking 3. If you have a lot of really overage students who come to you but don't have that far to go, so you can get them graduated within a year, you probably want to pick 4. So we hope that they're not picking and choosing just because they think it's the one they'll look good on, but that it's actually aligned with their mission.
Observation, this is the first time I've heard of the HiSET, the 10th grade proficiency.
It's funny, Jen asked the same question and I had to go really quick to make sure Idaho actually offers it, and they do. I guess it's just not very well known of, or not many kids take advantage of it.
I will be doing some research. That's interesting.
Other questions? Great. So the schools, oh, sorry, forgot. Attendance. So we did add an attendance indicator. And this is sort of a point of conversation that we might have as a group. During one subcommittee meeting, it was brought up as something that might be of interest if the school is kind of not doing awesome, but not doing awful. Like, are they at least getting their students in the door or in completing work? And so, and then, like I said, in the feedback, from the survey that we did, there were 2 schools that really wanted attendance as an option as well. So, the first option actually looks at both average daily attendance and chronic absenteeism, because oddly enough, you can have a 90% attendance rate, average daily attendance rate, and still have like a 20% chronic absenteeism rate, because they're different measures. So, and actually Jennifer gets credit for this one because we had it separate. And she was like, well, I don't know, what if they pick and choose, and what if they have a really low, whatever. So she suggested combining these, so we did. I thought that was a really good idea. And then the second one is for a school who has a lot of students who are already considered chronically absent, and it looks to them to help those students improve. So it's just an improvement of the students who are chronically absent, not necessarily their entire attendance metric. And included in that is, because you do have a number of online schools, and it depends on their own policies, what counts as an attendance event. So we thought we would include that they're either there or they're completing at least 50% of their coursework, because you might have some that have to work during the day, they just can't make it, but they're good at doing their schoolwork on the weekend and turning in a whole bunch of it, for example. But I brought it up as a conversation because then at the last meeting that we had, there was another member who wasn't sure of the value of this. And so we thought we would bring that to you all as a point of discussion. So since you can't see this isn't as cool either, but I have animations here that have all the check marks where we were able to meet with this draft, the input that we heard. And so everything other than not wanting to use test data, because that's just not possible. It's both a federal and a state requirement, so we can't get rid of that. But all the other items, wanting more transparency, wanting to recognize mobility, wanting to choose measures that were better aligned to their mission, etc. All those are present in this current draft. So next, oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna thank you for all your efforts to take the comments you've heard from the schools and adapting it.
Yeah. I think that's really important, and that's why that first step, it was important to hear what the schools thought would be valuable. So I totally agree that's a very important step. So next steps, you all will be voting on whether or not to adopt the framework next board meeting. As part of this work, because the schools would be submitting their own data to the commission, or their data team rather, we are developing templates to help make that as least cumbersome as possible. So the templates will include the data that they need to compute the metric, and then actually rolls it up for them as kind of a calculator type of thing. And we have about 10 of those to do, and we're either completed or in development of 8 of them. Some have been completed and tested. Some I've given over saying, okay, you need to test these ones. And some I've just started, and then there's 2 left that I haven't started yet. But those will be completed in the coming weeks. And then we will be developing out the business rule document so that it's very clear which students are counted and which students are not. That's part of the transparency piece. And then our goal is to share the templates with the schools, as well as with the data of how they would come out on the current framework based on that data. So that's the work that we'll be doing, and I'll take questions or allow you to have that attendance conversation, whichever you feel like doing. I'll stop sharing.
So, question I had, maybe one of you to help with this. So if the school has all these different options, and so they pick one for their framework, then that's theirs for the contract term.
So I'm gonna defer to Jody. I'm assuming that, is that correct, Jody?
So they would pick one per indicator. So if you keep the attendance, they would pick one. There would be 5, because that makes 5 indicators. So it's not just one measure that they're choosing and that's it. But yes, my recommendation, unless you wanted to do a pilot year where they pick it and they show you their data next year, and they want to change after that, that wouldn't be bad, because it takes time to get used to collecting the data in the way that we need them to, and they might realize that the other another one of the options really would have been better for them. But I wouldn't go beyond the first year. Like, if you wanted to do something like that, I would recommend a pilot year. But yes, once they kind of solidify on which measures they want from each of those options, I would highly recommend having them stay on the same one for the contract term, or the certificate term, I guess is your language. Because that way, I've seen schools switch measures like every year or 2, and you can never get a good read on how their students are really doing, because they end up switching to this different metric, which is totally different, even if it's around the same concept. Just by nature of assessments or data collection, they are different. And I just don't think it gives you a good enough picture of how the school has been doing over time, if you allow them to change.
So Jody, you're saying that, and are there 8 schools?
There are 7 school leaders, but one leader has 3 schools, so there's 10 overall.
Okay. So there are 10 schools that will be looking at this alternative framework. And they will have 5 options. The 5th year cohort grad, they don't graduate, but they re-enroll. The 3rd is that they graduate GED, certification, military.
Right.
The 4th is 20-year-olds pass the 6-year cohort, And it's sort of senior credits?
That was an example I gave. It's anybody, so that could include a student who came in and like came in kind of earlier and it is in their 4th year cohort and could graduate, as well as a kid who came in at 19 who only needed 4 or 5 credits and can do that in a year. So it would include anybody who's ready to graduate regardless of what cohort they are in.
Okay, and then the other is attendance.
That's a separate indicator. So they could choose it from 2 attendance metrics.
So do we have 4 options or 5 options?
Currently, there are 5 indicators and they need to choose 1 from each. So they will end up with 5 goals.
Let me, I have this up, so let me see if I can help clarify. So your first grouping of options is the math, ELA. Lost it now.
You want, I know you can't see my slides very well, but I can.
I'm pulling it up right here, so I just want to make sure I read it right. All right, the math or ELA achievement and growth, is that 1 or 2?
That's 2. They have to.
So math and ELA?
Yes.
Okay, so there's 2. Then we have progress towards graduation.
Correct.
That's 3. And then you have post-secondary readiness, 4. And then attendance is the 5th grouping of measurements at which they can choose the options within.
Correct.
Does that help?
Yeah, does someone else have this down?
Well, we'll get all send this out.
Okay.
Okay. The presentation out for you guys to review.
Yeah. And so, well, I'll see if anyone has any questions right now.
So in the past, the schools haven't been happy because we have kind of set the bar, the judging. Now it's going to be up to them to set their own judging and live by it.
Based on the choices that we.
Right.
Cycles.
Right.
Within the cycle.
Yeah. You can't go.
I will say.
It's going to be interesting.
This will be really interesting. I also, I would like to say that I hope this is one thing that traditional schools look at as well, because even though it's for an alternative situation, it has value in a bigger discussion, simply the military. That's not even considered now.
Well, truly, it makes the school accountable.
It does.
To themselves. Which I really like. They're not accountable to us, they're accountable to themselves.
Right. Yeah.
Within that framework, is there an identification of the mission and how it relates to the choices they make?
I guess that's up to them.
Or it's up to you really in the process. If you want them when they're selecting their measures to, identify their mission and then make it clear why they're selecting the ones they are. Really, I think the mission ones are going to come down to 3 and 4, which is the progress towards graduation and the post-secondary readiness. Because the math and ELA is just giving them the opportunity to use a different test that they can give multiple times a year and therefore capture data on more students. So so that one's not really going to go mission. Neither of those 2 would really be mission specific per se. But I think the progress towards graduation and the 4 options for high school completion is where the mission alignment will really be.
I'm now very curious to see what their mission statements come down to be, So within that, and this is just now getting into a more technical piece, as the mission statement changes or is adjusted, does it change their turnaround their certificate? Or do we need to rewrite that, what their goal is, or do they need to rewrite it? I've dealt with alternative schools, and it is a very different creature. And we've got to give these kids every opportunity. But my question back on the mission, or my statement on that, it's not a question for Jody. Is the goal for high school graduation? Is the goal to prepare the child that they can support themselves when education is done, regardless of whether they have a piece of paper or not?
Yeah.
And to me, that becomes for this demographic child, that becomes the critical piece. And then it's something I think I would like eventually perhaps even have a conversation with the state board on what does this creature look like, because I think Sheridan is absolutely right. To judge alternative schools by the old Nickleby standard was just preposterous. It was beyond stupid. And so if we're gonna make them successful, I'm very curious to see what their mission is, because that's gonna drive some of my thought process on this.
I know some of it happens.
So Jody, has there been discussion with these schools about their mission relating to their choices?
Not specifically, like they brought out, and I will add to that. When I say mission, I'm not talking about just their mission statement, but like their intent. Like we intend to serve kids who are significantly credit deficient, and we call ourselves a credit recovery program versus another one who's like, we take really much older students and make sure they get past the finish line, whether it's a GED or a diploma or, and then there's in between. So I wouldn't get stuck on mission statement as much as like kind of a combination of their mission and the typical, what I call the typical student that they attract.
And so, well, let's just finish this conversation because there's more I think we need to discuss related to as to like next steps. So are we ready for that conversation?
I think so.
Okay, so Jody, next steps will be that you are going to send to all 10 schools a sample of what each of these will look like, and they can pick and have a conversation. Is that right?
To the extent that they gave us data, we made it voluntary, which now I'm kind of regretting. Some were really interested in the credit, the credit accumulation rate. So that's all they gave us was the credit data. So we can show them using their data how they will come out on that metric, but we wouldn't be able to inform them on the others. Other schools gave us, their star data, their cohort data, and we can inform them on those schools. We can inform on everything. So it just depends. I think some of them were like, oh, we might use the traditional one or the one that we've been using, but we're interested in this credit completion one. That sounds interesting. So that's the only thing they gave us data on.
So of the 10 schools, how many gave you the completed data versus just their version of what they wanted to send us?
3.
So only 3 schools sent you all of it?
Yeah.
So maybe we say, unless they send us all their data, we can't show you what this is gonna look like, all these different measures.
Yeah, I think that's right.
We hold them to the old standard, which to me would be the default.
Yeah.
Either you have told us what you think is success, or we default to the old measure. I do though agree that we can't let them change yearly. I think once they picked a measure, it's got to be enough time that we can actually understand, are you truly being successful? Because you can dance around what's successful for 5 or 6 years.
Well, I guess where I am right now is Jody was offering with the data they've given her to give them an example of what they would look like for the different measures. Do I have that right, Jody?
Yes, and I think you're on to something that, you know, there's still go ahead.
She won't be able to send 7 schools, any example. And so I'm saying
won't be able to send 7 schools based on the data they have, but all 10 schools can receive, here are the recommendations that we've looked at.
well, but I think what the schools are wanting to see is what am I gonna look like if I choose this? What am I gonna look like if I choose this? And that's what Jody, if I'm understanding you correctly, that's what you want to show them, Jody.
Yes.
And we can only really show 3 schools out of our 10.
Let me back up on that one a little bit. I think I forgot to say, in each case, option 1 of each of the indicators will be the default if the school does not supply any additional data, because each of those are based on data points that Jared and Jen can get from the state. But all the other options, like option 2s and 3s and 4s, would require additional data from the school. So if the school supplies nothing, then they will be defaulted to the option 1 in each of those. So Wanda, you're right in that, or maybe it was Pete that said this, sorry. We can give them the data from option 1 for any of the measures that they didn't provide, to at least give them some information. But if they provided STAR data, we're going to give them the results based on their STAR outcomes for math and ELA, for example. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
How important do you think it is for these schools to see what they will look like in the different options? From their perspective.
I think the ones who really want to see it gave us the data, and the ones who are either skeptical or
resistant,
or they might like, some of them like the default measures if we tweak it a little bit. And so those were the tweaks we tried to make to those, is we listened to what they didn't, what didn't work about them. And others were like, no, I like the current math and ELA metrics. So there will be some who will choose those intentionally. And then, as alternative leaders, I've had this experience a lot where they're not used to people who understand what they're trying to do. And so giving someone data who they don't really know, even though they've been told I'm an expert in this area, is still a little scary for them. So I'm actually encouraged by how much data we did get.
Okay.
To your point, I mean, we could, I don't know what the timeline is. You can make one last ditch effort and say, this is what it is, make that effort if you want to see what it looks like.
So what we're looking at right now is to, as a commission, to approve it in April. And so at our April meeting. Yeah. And so I believe the conversation has been to the schools that we would be looking at it at this meeting, sending back to them where we're going, taking their input before we make the decision in April. Is that it, Jody and Jared?
Does it have to be in place before a certain timeline? Is that why it's on the April deadline for the schools to know?
Because we're going to be sending out in June their performance.
Yeah.
Sorry, you guys.
Another thing we thought of in our Monday meeting was that we can send the templates as we finish them and ask them to put their own data in it if they didn't, if they didn't provide data to us. And that could work twofold. We can get feedback to see if there's any bugs in it, in the templates, and then also they can see where they would come out without having to give data to me.
I like that. And
Yeah.
it's also more meaningful to them to come to their own conclusion rather than us to come to a conclusion for them.
But yeah, if they wanted to see how it would all add up in their annual report, then they would need to at least show Jen and Jared where they came out, I think.
Which shouldn't be too hard. They should be looking at that anyway.
Jared, did I misspeak at all? You were in the meeting too.
Okay, so, I think, Jody, that would be wonderful if you could send the templates out to them and then have them get back to you. I guess, what are you gonna want to hear from them after they use the templates?
We haven't talked it through much, but I guess since it's, kind of a mock-up, if they want to give us what they came up with, then that can be put in the academic report. It just wouldn't have like verification like it will later, like when this is real. Jen and Jared are going to need to see the data so that they can verify, students' actual start and end dates. Because some of these have exclusion rules that if they're not there for at least a full quarter, then they're not counted. So data validation is a need, and so that will happen later, whether it happens in this pilot or this mock-up phase. I guess we can discuss, and you can tell us if you want Jen and Jared to have the student level data that backs it up so they can verify it in this kind of short time frame. Or if we're gonna take their word for this round, since there's no high stakes in it.
So is this something that we're gonna be able to see? I'm probably gonna need this more than a week ahead of the meeting in order to study it and understand it by the time of the meeting. I mean, this is like the 2 or 3 week pondering.
We have the draft framework in a Word document now, and I could send it to you now. As it currently stands. And if you decided that you didn't want attendance in it, we would just take attendance out.
Let me ask this question. What would help us if we could package this together for you guys' engagement and review earlier? What in additional to just the metrics she's talking? Do you want to see the data come out? Do we need a work session? I don't know if the whole committee can't do that.
I would think if because typically it's the staff that's looking at it before they send it to us. So I would think if, and I don't want to be burdening you, Jared, you and Jen, but I think if they can work with Jody in terms of a process that works for us, I think we just need to see the recommendation. From all of you as to what you're recommending.
Yeah, I agree. I'm just gonna need it more than 5 days before the meeting.
Okay. Let us work on that and see what the timetable will produce. and for clarity, this commission does not view something one meeting and then vote the next, right? That's not how operating procedures have been done. At the state board, sometimes these come in fully presented one meeting so that there's time to digest and go to the next. Not that there's probably time to do that here, but as I look at recommendations for this committee, there are some things that might help.
Right, usually we have 2 or 3 readings before action. What's our time frame for this, though?
This one,
This is a,
it would be the April meeting to be voted on in June.
Yeah, so there is a 2. then.
yeah,
Okay, so you're not voting on it in April.
No.
no.
Oh, okay.
We're bringing in, that's why,
Okay,
it's
thank
for
you.
us to see it and then we'll vote on it in June.
Or excuse me, yeah, in June, we'll see it again.
Yeah, so this is 1, June is 2, or April's 2, June then 3 for the vote.
Oh, that gives us a good amount of time to get all that done. I would be a little bit nervous if you were voting in April.
Jared?
Is there anything in the expectation of schools that they need to know before the June meeting?
It's a good question.
Just to work this process, and then a little more around.
Yeah, we can vet that and package it up, but kind of for the April meeting, getting a package that is close to the recommendation is the goal right here.
Yeah, it should be transparent.
That we know something's coming and have a pretty good idea of what it is.
Right.
And then I think just clarification to Jody, that you have the funding that's necessary for you to be able to complete the work that, our staff is hoping you'll be able to do for them.
Yes, thank you for contacting the National Institute. They called me directly and were like, get this past the finish line, whatever it takes. So they're fully.
Thank Chairman Reed on that one.
Yeah. So, yeah, thank you. It helps a lot to make sure we get this right.
Okay, anything else?
I think, Jody, do you have anything else you need from us?
So did I just hear that the timeline's shifting a little bit, that you're gonna have a full package to look at and review in April, and then the vote is in June?
Right.
Okay. Are you gonna be looking to schools to testify if they want to in April then? Cause we can get that message out with it too.
Well, the schools always have the opportunity.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe this work, if it helps, then it might be a good thing to make happen, but we can work through that as a staff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Houston.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks,
Appreciate all your help.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, our next item is public comment. I'm not sure if Ms. Ragler over there has any comments.
We have somebody else.
We might have someone online.
No, it was, Dr. Commission.
She stepped out.
Yeah, she had to leave, she wanted to introduce herself, but she had to leave.
Okay. No one online comment or anything? Okay.
All right. Yes, we need a. So we don't need a motion.
You don't need a motion, you can just.
The agenda's over.
I've got to get out. It's a long years I have. Meeting adjourned. Boy,
I wonder
gives me so
why.
much power.
Actually, in a lot of procedural things, that it's made that way so that